Hello everybody, happy Tuesday. I'm alive again, I'm back. I think I overheated a bit yesterday, and I was a bit too warm and my brain cell died. But we're back, we're here today, bigger, better. Oh fuck. Yeah? Something's wrong with it, oh no. One second. Hello, chat. I don't know. My mic was being weird. I sound like I was coming through a tunnel. Not really sure what that was. Oh, I missed fucking. Hold on, let me restart. Was this brain cells already lost them all? It's okay. I'm borrowing them. Alright, sorry about that. My wavelength program decided to be whack as monkeys. Alrighty. Let me move wires around. Hopefully we're good to go. I did a cool thing. I don't know if anybody cares, but I did a cool thing. Where's all my stuff? Oh, hide. Okay. Let me just. Okay. So I'm gonna move that guy. Okay. And then recalibrate this guy. There we go. Okay, so I did a cool thing. I don't know if anybody really is here right now to see it, but I don't really care because I'm gonna talk about it. So as you can see, we're a bit zoomed in. You know, we're a bit zoomed into the scene, right? But we can do this. We can zoom out. Isn't that cool? I worked on that last night after overheating. And then laying in a vegetative state for like 3 hours. I laid in a vegetative state. And then I was like, I gotta do something. I can't just sit in this vegetative state. So we can zoom out and we can also zoom back in. That one, the zooming in needs a little bit of work, I think. But, yeah, it's cool. This is a little broken, but, that's okay. But yeah. Stick to me. What's up, new hat for today? Oh my god. I think it's this one. Nope, this one. And then boop. There you go. Today is Tuesday, which means we've got stuff to do. Hey, for the Head Pet Trainer. Today is Tuesday, not Sunday. Alrighty. Got a few things to do. First thing on the list is I have to make a go live post. Oh, and then bring it back BLT, and then let's get a multi-stream up of all my friends. Who's streaming right now? Who is streaming? We could do a little bit of Me Canyon. Cordy, Rin. Yeah, let's do that. We could do... Oh, anyone can do cause, yeah. I think I broke it because I put it in all caps. No! This is a prison, a nightmare, for nutrition. Like what I'm given, this was decisions. Okay, so just checking out this video. Oh my, oh my love. Look at you, taking me down for the ordinary. Oh, laying me down in the dead and buried. My arms are cold. Wet. Was up in the clouds, are jealous that we found something so out for the ordinary. On the ground, angels up in the clouds, are jealous that we found. Bless hallelujah. South of Midnight tonight. Yippee. I just remember we gotta play South of Midnight tonight. Hallelujah. Will take my breath away. My mind cut me out of the ordinary. How you leaving me down to the dead and buried. Angels over the cloud tell us that we found ordinary. It's the 15th. Oh, this needs to be JPEG. Never ecstasy to me, oh mama. Alright, and now let's post these on the socials. Angels up in the clouds are jealous that we found something so out of the ordinary. Let's do Twitch promos. And then let's see, thumbnails are 15. Nope, not the thumbnail. Wah! Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Oops, cancel. Discard profile, new post, this one. Hello. Take me to the beach. Cool. And now let's open Puref. Ooh, today's cryptic color, isn't it? It is. Take me to the beach. It's cold enough. I hear animals are cool. Animals are cool. Oh my god, thank you for bringing it up. So I got to go outside today and get some groceries, and I got to take a picture of some duck, a mallard duck. It was very pretty. Hold on, let me see if I can get it off my camera. Take me to the beach. Oh, it is cold enough. I get pictures off my camera. Gotta get a picture on my camera, chap. To the beach with your friends. To the beach, friends. Hi, Moira. Hi, baby. It's the wrong way. Why must USBs always be so 50-50? Alright, let me go in. Not that side, this side. But I don't. Oh man, Rain went offline. It said the symptoms of sorrow, and not we heard it before, and I'll say it and again. Let's do Yui Kami. Yeah, fuck it. We'll do both. Oh, I love her. I love her. I've been too busy. Alright, let's grab. I think it's this one. Yeah, and then we'll put it in. Move it home tonight. With me tonight. Camera play edits. What did you? I caught your pee. Hi Kiwi, how you doing? Wish goodbye. Sword tape. Wrist is hurting. How could pull out of bed? So I took these pictures. Today. With my symptoms of sorrow, and then can I order get me out of work burger? I wish. But I took these pictures of this really pretty flower, very geometric. Liked it a lot. And then took a picture of these sakura flowers that were growing. And then I took a picture of this crow. it loads. Not these ones. The ones before this one. Yeah. Yeah. They're pretty nice. You can, but sometimes need to order those 2 days ahead of time and then not put them in the fridge before you eat it. Yeah. Where are the duck ones? These are the duck ones? Yeah, they're ducks. I saw some pretty ducks. Symptoms of sorrow and... Yeah, hold on. It's gotta load. There you go. I took this picture today. I am very proud of it. I like taking pictures of animals. They're some of my favorite subjects to photograph. I actually had to be pretty far away from them because I like took one step forward and I spooked him off and he did this weird pose. Unfortunately, I think orders are backed up because I need to put those in 21 days ahead of time. Oh no. But look at how like pretty they are. You could try extra mayo and leave it in the hot car burger. That might be faster. Oh god. But yeah, I took a picture of some ducks. There's a picture of a cat on here. Oh my god, I scrolled too far. I scrolled too far. I just want this one. It's loading. Oh, it's out of focus? Fuck. Oh, this one was out of focus too. Damn. No Momo Bean. But yeah, look at this. This is pretty nice. You guys have another one? Oh, look at that little paw emote. Oh, look at his little beans. That's a cute emote. Alright. Alright. I have eaten... Oh, this is a shaky picture. But yeah, this one. I just took pictures of this duck. Look, this one's pretty nice. Got a little fluff on his beak. It's not out of focus. Moira just has a filter to protect your privacy. That makes sense. After the picture that I took of her yesterday, that makes sense. I just want to grab some of these off my... it's fine. I don't have to take them off right now. But I hope you guys enjoyed those pictures. I took those today. I got motivated by Pixels to go outside for a bit longer and take those pictures. So, I hope you enjoyed them. Because I enjoyed going out and taking them. Just putting the SD card back into my camera so I don't forget where it is. I'm fighting. I don't feel I ignore. I'm dreaming. I need to charge my camera battery, though. It is dying. It is dying, chat. Chat, my camera battery is dying. Not like I need a new battery. I just need to charge it. Don't feel I ignore my dreaming. Thank you for the wellness check. I gotta get water. I'll be right back. I gotta get water really quick. Hold on. 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for the wellness check, Kiwi. I would have not remembered to get my water. But we're back. Oh man, I didn't take the stinger back to it though. Okay, weird. Weird, but that's okay. What do you mean you economy's offline? I just was on her channel. Oh, multi-stream doesn't take you to people's... Okay, we'll do a Fierce. Goddamn. Goddamn, I'm just popping in at the end of people's streams. Alright. That's alright, though. It's alright, chat. Click the wrong button. I keep forgetting it's like a separate button. Alright, Afairs is starting soon, so VLT should have good content for a little bit. Alrighty, and then I need to upload it personally on here. Ooh, that did not. That was bad. Okay. Fingertips. Ooh, wait, hold on. Hashtag Jackrabbit would be really trendy right now. Or maybe I'm just on that side of TikTok. Because I keep getting TikTok videos where it talks about jackrabbits. From farmers. I'm on farmer TikTok. And I don't really know what it's all about, but, you know, I'm there and I'm, you know, here for it. Feeling. Okay, and then we need to upload a VOD. April 8th. 2025, April 8th. Alone with you. Fuck. Would be farmer talk. Hi, Rain. I can feel you all around me. Highlights. That's, yeah. Oh, thank you for the boop. Hello, hello. How are you? Oops. Oh, that's fine. It's okay. I can feel you all around me, sickening air I breathe. Onto me. Digitalart, maincoow, slightly above average, gaming, comfort. Elaine just had a mental idea. I spelled vtuber wrong. Hi, Andrea. Hi, bestie. How are you? Twitch promos, thumbnails, art, the 8th. Twitch VODs. No, it's not. It's not made for babies. I'm good. Vibes are peak right now. Hell yeah, I'm so happy. How about you? I'm good. Having a lot better of a day personally than I was yesterday, because I just was dying. I don't know. I was like getting like cranky over every little thing, and I just needed to you know, be dead to the world. But I'm okay. I'm okay. Today is a lot better than it was yesterday, in my opinion. Okay, that's uploaded. YouTube VOD is checked, and then I have to kind of wait for this to get done uploading before I can prep the oh shit. Wait, what? Okay, wait. The deadline is extended. Venom Snake walking. Deadline extended. Impacted streamers will now have until May 19th to get their highlighted and uploads under 100-hour storage limit before auto deletion begins. We improved download speeds, especially for large files, and extended bulk selection from 20 to 100 to make it easier for you to delete your file. Check your storage tracker below to see if you are over the limit. You bitch. Bitch. I like that it says that these are ready to download, though. I appreciate that it says... Oh my god, I don't have my mouse. I like that it says now when things are ready to download. I like that a lot. But I have already taken care of it and had trauma because of it, so... already ahead of the game. I have to highlight yesterday's. No one hears a word they say. Okay. That's all good. Are you done yet? Nope, 54. Okay. Oh, I should work on that Archon first today. I have an art commission to work on. Oops. Oh, I don't want to take a screenshot. Blah blah blee blue, blah blah blee blah. Again, cool. Should I stay or should I take your heart? Repo guy, repo com. And we'll work on videos. Videos and other stuff that I think of. I love you. Oh right, I did fix that. My repo boys or my repo babies. I need to make a new folder for Bazadora. Just kind of died. New folder, Bazadora. I should also do Withered. Class starts Sunday and I'm hyped about it. Yippee! I'm so hyped for you. I'm so excited. That's great. I am so excited. I hope that it is the funnest time ever. I hope you learned so much and rekindle your passion for anything that maybe is a little lackluster right now. Should I break your heart? Oh my god, baby! Oh! This guy's a little baby. What the heck? Wait, what? What are they? There's a lot of bullets. I don't know what they are, but they're cute. Do they have any notes? I just wanted one. They didn't have any specifics. They're cute. They're like a slime amoeba person. I like it. Get fucked bot. Yeah, get fucked bot. Alright, let's get... I think head and arms would be the same color, which would be like this color. It'd be cool if I could get this as well. That's really cool. I don't know what that is, but it's cool. I like it. So we want this. So that should take care of it for that and that. And then this guy. Oops. Elephants. Pixel sent me a video of elephants protecting the baby. Oh, they're protecting the baby. Yeah, I heard that there was an earthquake. They protect. Oh, my YouTube player's being shitty. It's been shitty since last night, but they protect. It's actually from the zoo that I was talking about the other day. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, I hope the albums are all okay. I also did something stupid the other day, but thankfully I did not. Okay, that's good. I'm glad he didn't. Hope all the animals were okay. Almost bested my eggs. Oh, Bessie, I'm so proud of you. I am so proud of you. Good job. You deserve a treat for that, by the way. If you can get yourself a little treat, you should treat yourself for not going and doing silly things. A bottom pant. Bottom pant would be this color. Pant. I'm very proud of you, Andrea. Definitely deserve a treat. We're probably gonna do like 2 layers, I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We'll probably have like this, and then we'll put like the jacket on top of it, I think. Have treat, but I did make tea. Yay! Tea's good. Tea works. Oh. Okay. Come on. Let's see if we can get a plaid pattern. Oops. Come on now. I think this one would work. To remember. If we just like desaturated it and then grabbed this color and like put it on top. Hi Tiki! Thank you for the lurk! Thank you! I love you! Should be like a color layer, I think. Nope, I'm lying. I'm a liar! I'm a nerdy little liar! Why is it not? Is that what I want? Yeah. Save it. There we go. I'm just gonna rasterize this layer. So that way it's all good. And then what else are we gonna do? We are going to I'm trying to decide if I want to get I feel like they should get the rose. And I want to figure out how to do this. Like, I don't specifically know all the colors that go into it, so I'm kind of like, But it'd be cool if we could. Let me get the head on a small guy. I think that would be good place to start with the small guy. And then let's do inner glow normal maybe, and just get like some of the red that they've got going on. Or I guess purple. Yeah, there we go. You want to say the pain of a... Oh, a little bit less. By your side. Come on. Wish I could copy this. So normal. Oh, let me just print screen of this. Oh, come on now. It's time to remember. Let's see, 85, normal, radius 100, 71. Let's do it like that. Now, would it be okay if I just did this? No, it would not. Inner glow, take this color, normal, 85. That's pretty good. Now I give the same thing to the other arm. Head. And the top arm. Hello, Buffy. How are you? I think it's the same time. Now by your side. And that goes in there. And this goes in here. Oh, this is different. Oh, fuck. This was different. We can do it for the head, though. Head's the same. And the arm has an inner glow. Normal inner glow. This color. 85. Yeah. See for this guy, inner glow, normal, 85. That works. This color, okay, close. Okay, now he's got the little, like, amoeba thing going on, because he reminds me of an amoeba. Okay, this guy's good. So that guy's good. So now I do this guy, which I'd like to give him his little sleeves and stuff. A vision, live in the vibe. That's right. It doesn't really matter what the inside color is because we're gonna replace it with this. Get confident. I call it in. Let's do this one here. And we're just gonna make them a little bit longer. Then we're gonna take this guy. How's it been going? It's been good. just starting on working on a commission to start the day off for getting into some video editing. Hee hee, and I got a little jacket. And now we would just, I want to get a rose. Hold on, let me get a rose from Camper really quick. Because I don't want to. Yo, cow, hope the work's going good. Hello! Hello, friend. How are you today? I hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. Everybody be sure to stay hydrated as we get into the summer months. It's important to stay hydrated. I let the money in. I let the money flow. Vibin just came back from work. How was work? Did you have a good day at work? Yeah, this works. Not for me. I'm getting into autumn time. Lucky. Lucky. Lucky you. I'm in the US, so it is time for us to go into the summertime. And I don't like it. I like being cold. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the sun, but I don't want it. I don't want it. My arm is cold because of the fan, but I don't want to turn the fan off. Okay. I will suffer. It's fine. It's fine. Save. I'm Argentinian. Whoa! That's cool. I've never met an Argentinian before, I don't believe. So welcome in our first Argentinian. I hope that the fall time treats you well. First time for everything, such an honor. Hell yeah! I got a lot of first chats, so don't worry. I got plenty of firsts to go around. But yeah, it's really cool to have you here. I hope that the weather is treating you well though, because you know, autumn can be a little spicy, but I hope it's good. I hope it's good. I hope it's cozy, a cozy time for you. Oops, I deleted the wrong one. Okay. And this also is the wrong color. It should be this color but darker. Same for this guy, should be this color but darker. And then this color should be this color. Yeah. And then, oh, I got a game called Rainbreaker and it slaps. That sounds familiar. I think I saw something about that recently. Hold on. Oh, is this the? This is like the Hades but different. Hades but comic book style. Hades but cooler well, not cooler, but like they're still both cool. Both cool. I can't say one's cooler than the other because I haven't played enough of either. But yeah, I'm glad you like it. It looked pretty cool. It's on my wish list. It's on my wish list, so I hope you enjoy it. Trying to decide how I want to do this. Take this guy, put it here. I tracked it. I love it. Maybe I have it. Oh, it's because I have the other one on that I can't tell what's happening. Oh wait. Not inner glow though. Gradient overlay is fine. I kind of want to give him like a little sleeve cuff because I have a little sleeve cuff, so I'm gonna do that. It's so much fun. I also got Swordship in the bundle. Ooh, is that a fun game? I don't know what that game is about. I have not heard of that game. But I hope it's fun. Have you been playing it on your Steam Deck? Are these Steam Deck endeavors, my friend? It says I forgot. Is it all you need? The same way you look at me. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Well, yeah, I definitely hope you've been enjoying it. Yeah, I've been thinking about playing some games on the Steam Deck as well. I'm just lazy. Because after stream, I just die. After stream, I just go... And I really gotta not do that, to be honest. I kind of don't want to be doing that anymore, but... The lazy, it calls to me, chat. It calls to me. Darling, last it hurts. It's a shoot 'em up, but you don't shoot, so the enemies... So you use the... Oh, that sounds cool. It reminds me of, kind of like Super Hot, but like not super hot, you know, if that makes sense. I guess I only say it's super hot because like just interesting gun mechanic. Interesting gun mechanic. Looks like you. The body wrestles with the team. Yeah, get that. Yeah, like it's a simple, like for example, the slow-mo gun thing isn't really inventive, but it is like it's pretty cool. Like it's just a unique twist on FPSs. I'm going to get a hoodie really quick. I'll be right here. I need to get a hoodie out of my closet. It's a whole ordeal because I have to move my puzzle table. Be a different hoodie. This one feels weird. I think we need our own shit.
That's possible. Do you want me to wash it?
No, it's okay. You can do it another way. Bye. Pixels brought me a jacket. Man, the cat tree big. Okay. We're good now. No more suffering. My mind. I just finished Kingdom 2 and 2, and it's an amazing game. Love the character and the story. Oh, shit, brother. You just said the sleeper agent words. My mod, my lovely, lovely significant other, 40 Pixels, has been playing the shit out of that game. Hardcore mode came out. I think it came out today. Yeah. So Viecto is talking about how much they like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And I was telling them how you are literally just getting into the hardcore mode. Hi, Zoe. Hi, my dear. I still need to finish a run of Super Hot Mind Control Delete 2 second game one day. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe. Minded for... Oh, okay, that's not it. I love that Pixel just shows up. Yeah, he has sleeper agent words. Warhammer, cooking, pizza, pasta, Kingdom Come Deliverance. And me yelling. Yeah, it's so immersive. I really like I like hearing you play it a lot. Like I feel like they added it today, I think. I think they just released it. On to dear life, I have tried. I'm leaving behind. Oh, wearing nothing but your perfume. Hell of a view. Hi, Zoe. I'm excited to play Repo again. I'm excited because I'm itching. I don't know. It's a little tism game. Gotta lurk support. Thank you. I'm also lurking in Kazuya's stream because I know you guys are playing. I believe Deltarune. So enjoy Deltarune. My cube isn't on. My Tesseract isn't on. What the fuck? There you go. All right, now the vibes are immaculate again. I always every time. Like his poison, it's like your only vice. Wearing nothing but your perfume. Hell of a view. Make me an offer I can't refuse. But it's bad for you. Pretty please come on over and ruin my life. Tesseract, I have this cube in my office that I call a Tesseract. It's just like a little LED cube. Where is it? Open link. It's this thing. And I can make it blue, and so I call it the Tesseract. I started Bloodborne, because why not? Not gonna lie. Yeah, I heard a lot of people like Bloodborne, like, compared to all the other Souls. I love going around with my longsword being a one-man army, all doped with 8 different potions. Oh! Ah! Yeah, I forgot that Kingdom Come has potions. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Want to do some writing, but half my desk is cat. Just take your cat's paws and use them to type. Are there any cryptid VTubers you enjoy? Couldn't pose, try again later. Okay, I've figured as much. Misty High. Oh, I don't want to listen to this song right now. I'll listen to it a little bit too much. DJ. Give me DJ. Why not give me DJ? Thank you. It drains my battery, but my train rides are only 30-minute long. Huh? Huh? Trains? I like trains. Want to save us? Shorts. Create, upload. Today's the highlight one. This leads to deceive you. My voice just wants to lead you. Did I post that one? Yes, I did. Okay, thank God. Those will go there. Play Bloodborne on Steam, on the Steam Deck. Ooh, yeah, I bet that's fun. Oh yeah, America hates good public transport. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oregon here has pretty nice public transport, but where I lived in Colorado, you have to drive. You can bike places, but only if you live close enough. Otherwise, it really is just a driving state. You have to drive. The hardest part of the game was staying loyal to my girl the rest of back home. I want Pixels to make love to your like enemy, that guy. I forgot what his name is. I want Pixels to pick him, but he probably won't. Oh my God, Boffy. By the way, Boffy, go into update Baldur's Gate. Eric, maybe, probably go. Fuck. What? Go into your inventory and tell me if you got some trading. What? My Steam's offline? What? What is Steam? I want to trade trading cards. You want me to wake love, not just you want him to make love, not just fuck? No, we'll make love. Maintenance, probably. It is Tuesday. Hold on. Love interests in Kingdom Come Deliverance. It's like your arch nemesis or whatever. Yeah, Hans Capone. This guy. I want you to fuck this guy. But it's not my playthrough, so I don't get to say. It's just what I want. I like the frenemy lovers thing. So it's a fun trope. Where's Eden? Where's Eden? There she is. I mean, it's probably because I'm also offline. God damn it! Boffy, check if you can, if you got the Baldur's Gate cards. If not, update, and then you get the Baldur's Gate cards, and then tell me what Baldur's Gate cards you got, because I have a few of them. I have Halcyon. I think I have Asterion now, Lae'zel. I have 2 Lae'zels, and 2 Karlachs. I want all of them. He's your best friend and close. Exactly! He's a dumbass, but it's our. Exactly! Yeah! But I want it to be rivals to lovers. You don't understand. I need it to be rivals to lovers. I need it to be rivals to lovers. That's what I need. But again, it's not my playthrough, so Pixels can do whatever he wants. Exactly! I don't know why this is being weird. It doesn't want me to... Oh, because it's a short, that's why. Got no dupes, whoop. God damn it. Don't worry, this time I will practice all the swordplay with him. Yes! Oh shit, you got Minsk? Oh, and you got Shadowheart? I was hoping to get Shadowheart, but I got 2 Mintharas, and one was a foil, and I traded it for Pixels for a Halcyon. I traded Pixels for the Halcyon. So I didn't have a Halcyon. And he wanted the foil, so I gave him the foil. Funny thing, the voice actor for Hans was asked who he was romancing in the game. And he was like, of course I romance myself. What other options are there? Hell yeah. Sharp, my beloved. We gotta do this and then translate. I'll publish that right now. Okay. Okay, now everything has been posted. So I can check these all off for today. You want the cards? I legit don't use Steam cards. I come with hi Tin! How are you? I mean, I just want there's like a badge that comes if you collect them all, isn't there? Please. You should watch Baldur's Gate 3 update animation if you want some funny Karlach fan service. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, I might play it again. Yeah, I have 2 Karlachs. Hold on. View badge progress. I want to see the badge. Oh, it's called Tadpole? Yeah, I literally need the ones that you got. Fuck. I want it. Elaine learned about the card badges for the first... I did. I have 6 pages of Steam cards. I have 25. It was 26 earlier today, but... Here, hold on, wait, hold on. We're gonna do the thing I did earlier today. I turned my cards into gems. And I was, like, looking for duplicates. Pixel says I should just do it with games I don't care about, which I might just start doing that. I don't really care about H1Z1. Miscreated? Yeah, sure. I don't even know what that game is. I'll keep some of them, though. You can level up badges. I know! Yeah, Mikhail, it will evolve from Tadpole to something else. Fuck! I need it. I need it. I need it. I need it. I totally didn't spend like $10 getting a ton of cards for my fave game. I want it for Baldur's Gate. Gotta keep the Hoonie Pop ones. Necropolis was such a fun game, but I'll never play it again because it was kind of buggy. Scum, Vermintide, Golfit, Monohano, Human Fall Flat, I don't really mind. I don't have any cards from that. I also have some, like, card packs that I haven't opened yet, so I should also do that. House Flipper, Injustice 2, Ooh, I Paradigm ones? I didn't know I had Paradigm ones. Wait, what's the paradigm one? What's the paradigm badge? Regular tumor? Oh shit. Either go have phasmophobia ones. Ears of Hammerwatch, Atomic Heart. That was the one. Among Us. Is this the same one? Yeah, it is. Oh wait, I have another foil. I have an Unraveled Night foil. I didn't know. I didn't know there were even foils in this. I'm gonna turn... I'll keep my dupes just in case somebody wants my Baldur's Gate dupes. I don't think anybody's gonna want these. I didn't know Gas Station Simulator had something. Fuck! This makes me want to collect them now. Pixels, what have you done? Because, like, I was aware of the trading cards that this thing had, that Steam has, but I never really invested myself into it. Because I didn't understand it, and then Pixels explained it to me, and now I need it. Like, I want one for Peglin. Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! I want a Peglin one! Oh, I have to play more Peglin. I have to play more Peglin so I can get the Peglin ones. Oh, I have 2 Belatra ones. Okay, hold on. Oops, that's mine. This is my profile. Okay, fuck. Hold this way. Like I said, I want to peg one for a sec. Hey, pretty close. Oh. Look at all your badges. Look at all your badges. The Witcher Hunt 3. Witcher 2. Counter-Strike 2 foil badge. Wow. Elden Ring. Yeah, like I have the Cuphead one. There's a showcase? You mean these ones? Oh no, badge oh, these ones. I like that you got the Witcher ones. Boofer! Buffy, this is a lot of cards! Don't you want to keep your Ni no Kunai ones? Don't you want to keep your Ni no Kunai ones? Buffy just sent me all. I don't use them? Okay. Okay. Wait, how do I how do I do this? Badges are nothing. Badges are something. They mean something to me. Oh, I think that's still a maintenance. Okay, well I'll wait a second and then we'll trade. Oh my god. Oh. Will this work? Confirm. Thank you, Buffy. I have to accept it on my phone. This one. To like confirm it on my phone. Yeah, it should be good. Okay. I think it's just loading. I think it worked? I don't know. It says I accepted it on my phone. But I have, like, ones from other games, too. Yeah, let's unpack them. I'm probably gonna turn the wallpaper editor ones into... Yeah, because they're all just sheep. That's all ones I'll probably keep. I wouldn't mind getting a badge of the Dead Cells ones. But I feel like that one's gonna be as hard as fucking the game to get everything unlocked. This is 2 I don't really care about. I wish you could select... Again, I was telling Pixels about this. I wish you could, like, select multiple cards to turn into gems, because you can't. And I think that's kind of annoying. I got 2 shadows and hexes. Cool. More stuff to turn into gems. Doom ones. Oh my god, I should get the Doom one. Wait, if Buffy traded me, does that mean I have all the Baldur's Gate ones? I don't have Gale! It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay. We have plenty of cards. Actually, we're right about to open a new booster pack. I'm starting to get the TCG thing where people want to get the booster packs and all that. I'm kind of getting it. Okay, hold on. All right, we have enough. We have enough. And that's not what I wanted. Thank God I didn't. Okay. Baldur's Gate. 545. Okay, wait. Wait, no, I have enough. Create booster pack. This one. 1 per day? Oh. What do you mean it's 1 per day? Damn. I didn't know it was 1 per day. I didn't know it was 1 per day. Fuck. I really should. Oh my god, how many does the Binding of Isaac have though? Ooh, I'm so fucked. I'm not gonna be able to get this one. How do I earn card drops? Drops earned by purchasing. You don't have any more now. Damn. They really did me dirty like that, huh? Okay, well, let's get rid of all of our dupes. Let's get rid of our dupes. Whoa, that's a foil. Oops. I don't want to fuck up and... Because I think Buffy gave me some foils. I don't want to lose those. Future, my eyesight is going bad in this crystal ball. It's cloudy except for we look into the past. One nice day. How close am I to the Doom one? What is this? Are you giving me Gale? What the fuck? Buffy's fueling me. He's fueling my addiction. All right, come on, Gale. Come on, Gale. Come on, Gale. Yeah, we got Gale. Fuck Lae'zel. We have 4. We have 4 fucking Lae'zels. Why do we have Lae'zels? Lae'zel's literally one of my I have 5 Lae'zels. Lae'zel, I'm gonna be honest, is one of my least favorite Baldur's Gate characters. I'm just gonna turn her into gems. Go back into gems. I don't want you. Get away. I'll keep 2 of them in case Body wants one. Yippee! Yippee! Craft badge. Yippee! My first badge! Tadpole. Oh, we got a okay. Cool. Level up your badge by collecting another set of cards. Oh, that's how that works. I see. I see. I see. Okay, well, I guess it's a good... I should have kept my... I wonder how many level ups there are. But at least I got Tadpole. I mean, at least I got it, you know? Someone will get rid of all my duplicates. Except for games that I like, I guess. Actually, now I understand why you wouldn't remove all your duplicates. Fuck! Actually, I don't really care about this game. I wish you could see, like, which game you have the closest to getting, like, badges, you know? This has got me fucked up. I feel like an addict now. I feel like an addict. I want to get all the cool ones. Are we going to see your Gooner game badges? They were showing a little bit of them. Hold on. I have some. Oh, I don't have any badges. Because I've only just learned about them. I can see if I'm close to it on Hoonipop, though. Be Hans in the first sword fight. Next time, we won't be using protection. Hey, oh! Okay, I'm gonna keep the gas station sim ones. That's a really long description. To the quote channel. I don't really care about the Power Wash ones either, I think. Like, I like Power Wash as a game, but it's not... Peglin ones are very important to me, though. I want the Peglin one. We have so many gems, chat. Stray's actually a pretty good one. Thank you for the lurk. God of War. I'd keep the God of War. Elena's Luckily Sakura games don't do cards. Yeah, I know. I've never downloaded them, though. I've never downloaded them. Oh, shit. How close am I to the Hatsune Miku one? Hatsune Miku! Hatsune Miku! In my Steam cards! Oh my god, wait, what? Oh, I do have Hoonipop, though. Where's my Hoonipop ones? Oh, it would be in... Fansley Sakura Marathon? Oh, fuck. Yeah, but what if I get bored? If I get bored, I'm giving up. If I get bored, I'm giving up. So what about Ovum? I kind of want the mouth-washing ones. One card drop remaining? How do I earn card drops? Oh, so I have to... Oh, no, I'll keep you company. It doesn't matter. If the subject doesn't get my rocks off, I'll get bored. I'm gonna show you the true Elaine. Elaine gets bored and doesn't want to do things. Yeah, here's one of my Hoonipop ones. I have a Hoonipop one. I thought I had more Hoonipop ones. I only have two. Yeah, I only have two. You know what it means. What it means. Wonder. What is my... Oh, fuck the sheep anatomy ones. Oh, I have Hoonecam Studio ones. How many of those do I have? Oh, man. I was hoping I was closer. Get the gems. Dream come true. Okay. I have 93 killing floor ones. Oh, those are like items in total. Okay, never mind. What do I have on here? Badges? Edit profile. I want to change it. Featured badge. I have a potential spam phone call. I'll do this one. Save. I'm off in 40 minutes. Yippee! Oh my god, make a Steam redeem to open a Steam trading card pack so you remember won a stream. That wouldn't be bad. I might do that. Nope, these are all good. Cool. I don't know why that's still on my computer. Makes me upsetty. Ooh. Ooh, Vibe Enshrined did. Oh my god, my videos are actually doing good on... They did good on YouTube last week. That's good. Makes me happy. We could do... I'll do a command for it. Because I'm lazy. Cards. Hey, Elaine, don't forget to get your booster pack on Steam. That'd be a good incentive for a subathon. Handcam open 1 pack every 5 subs. That would actually be really good. Part of me wishes like I was into the TCG a little bit more than I am, and I had a little bit more money than I do, because I'd be totally cool with like opening booster packs but then giving them to people. Because the only reason like the cards that I like are art more than value, I think, personally, a lot of the times. So open magic pack, just give them to Ryan. I don't even know if Ryan would want them. I'd give them to whoever wants them in chat. How much are magic packs? Like, can I just get like super cheap? Like, hold on, let's go on Amazon. I mean, I would just sell them. Yeah, like, I think it's like, if nobody wanted them, I'd give them to Pixels. Magic the Gathering booster packs. Oh, it's like, oh, Bloomburrow looks cute though. This one's cute. Oh my god, this is cute though. Wow, Warhammer but not Magic. Your line of nerd is confusing. Nah. He's not a TCG guy. According to my collection app, my entire collection's worth over 7 and cost me less than half that. It's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, I like opening cards. So like the Pokemon TCG game, I get, but like I just want to open the packs. And that's it. Like, I have fun opening the pack and then having a collection and then just giving it, like, if there are cards I don't want, I'm just gonna give it to other people. Like, there's a Dungeons and Dragons one. See, for me, it's just, I just want to open the pack. Are you gonna buy me the booster packs, Boffy, so I can open them and then give them back to you? Buying secondhand or locally might be cheaper. Oh yeah, I could probably go to Target and then just get those ones. But there should just be a TCG card. Like, I know. Okay. Wait. Can someone? Wait, what the fuck is this? What is this? Wait, Lovecraftian Days. Hold on, wait a second. I was a Yu-Gi-Oh kid as well. I didn't play it, but I have Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Wait, hold on. They have a Lovecraftian thing here. I have to check it out. Hard West, Alone in the Dark. Video Ghastlies, After Hell Freezes Over. Static Dread, hell yeah. I'm just very interested in what Forgive Me, Father 2. Oh my god, it's this game! I've been seeing the development of this game on,
Is it really my fault?
On TikTok. Yu-Gi-Oh is awesome. I'm at One Piece, MTG, Pokemon, and my coworker gave me one of their partners, old Yu-Gi-Oh. I have Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I don't think any of them are that good, though. I'll have to, like, show you guys, because it's like, I've kept them in, like, a little, like, pack. Anyhow, okay, guys, someone buy me the TCG Card Shop Simulator. Guys, someone buy me this. And then I want to mod it. No, the thing is, I want to get this, and then I want to mod it. And I'll mod it, so the cards are not Pokemon. Because I'm really not interested in Pokemon cards. Yeah, go for it. I want to look at the TCG Card Shop Sim, though. But is this not... What should we do? I just like that TCG Card Shop Sim has plushies. That's all. I want to look at the mods. Oh, it's on Nexus? I was hoping they would just be in fucking... broski, what the fuck? I want card replacements. Cards. I want to see what they have for cards. Taiwan VTuber mod? That's awesome. TCG VTuber Hispanic mod. Adventure Time Card Wars. Guys, can someone... Guys, I've never begged for you guys to buy me a game before. Guys, can you buy me TCG Card Sim so I can have Adventure Time? They have One Piece. I'll also get the One Piece remake one. Oh shit, they have the V Collect mod. These are for the official VTuber cards, no? I actually don't know if those are the official ones from the Gamer Subs company. Real manga for sale? That's actually kind of fire. Hololive is interesting. I just would prefer it if it was literally any other card, man. Just like the Bishoujo. I feel like Bishoujo just doesn't have enough. Spraying? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Can we kick them out? Can we kick out people that we don't like, though? They have the Critical Role ones. They have a Critical Role one. That's cool. I want to see how bunk these are. How to keep the spray near the door in the game? Nope. Damn. Holographic BMO. Card Wars actually would be a really good replacement for these though, because Card Wars has a lot of cards in it. If I could, I would get like a physical deck of Card Wars though, the Adventure Time Card Wars. Okay, I changed my mind. I saw this image and how her hair fucking looks. I don't want the game anymore. Okay, crisis averted. Her hair looked so fucking bad. I bet there's a mod to fix it though, to be fair. I hope there would be a mod to fix it. If they didn't fix that shit was just so bad. Anywho, crisis averted, chat. We're good. We are hunky-dory now. Okay, just gotta make the boxes bigger. PNG, selection only, export. Repo. Forgot how I named these. I don't really want to listen to the song. Metro 2033. Oh, is it like one of those things that's free so you can claim it? Good game. I've never played that game. Okay. I mean, I'm never gonna say no to a free game. I can delete this because chat's got a new iPad now. Just gonna put this in programs. I haven't opened it yet. I forgot what I was doing again. Okay, so this is for Peachy. And then I have to fix this because it doesn't say mouth. And then my gifts go between the mouth opens, right? Yes, they do. Okay. Oops, that's not what I want. Merp. Merp. Hi, Moira. Do you not get the auto sprayer? There's an auto sprayer? Yeah. Have two by the door if you're in your set. Yeah, it makes sense. Can I upload multiple? No, I can't. So be easier to just I think I just upload the GIF. I think that's what I do for these. For card and plush skins. Oh, and the plushes too? I didn't see the plushes. You for breakfast? View all. They call them plushies, but they're more like figures. See, probably miscellaneous. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. Alright, that's done. Repo guy is done. Now we can get into video editing. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I think we're good. Yeah, that got posted. Yeah, that got posted. I think we're good. That took me aback a bit. If you won the lottery, I'd open some sort of if I won the lottery, I'd some sort of game shop that I could run an indie. Could you hire me? Can I work there? Somehow? Could I work there somehow, like from remotely? I don't know how that would work, but yeah. TT followed me back. Ah! Crying, shitting my pants. Welcome back. As Booba Shop, hey man, still fits. Cosplayers, you know. Shit, there was someone. There was someone that I was thinking about yesterday that I was like, oh, I should do a V highlight on them, and I forgot. Fuck. This is why I need to write them down right away. Take away your pain. I think they were live. That's how I remembered about them. Okay. Living la vida loca. I should do one on Cherry. Cherry's been around. Ludwig? Yeah, okay. The highlight. What's her name? Her like it's like Cherry Cherius, I think. Cherry Chiss. I like Cherry Chiss. I want to add them. Boba VTuber. I'm sure there are Boba VTubers. I will do Scylla someday. I need to have like a list. I think I need to have like an upper right column that's just like a list. That's just like a small, not recent. List. Never feel the same. For you're insane. Upside inside down. Living la vida loca. Shampoo you out. La vida loca. Take this. And then, instead of doing it like this, because I don't like doing it like that, we should do it like this. Actually, I just realized I donked up. There we go. Oop. I feel this out on your face and in the rain. For your pain, through your brain. Upside inside out, living la vida loca. I'll shampoo you out, vida loca. Okay, that's better. Oh, my kitty baby. My kitty baby. Where's your mato? You can copy the column over to paste the format. I decided that's not what I wanted to do. I don't want to split it because it's like a list. But I realized that a little too late, so my bad. Guys, would you care if I... No, it doesn't matter. I'll do it later. I don't care. Oh, my love. Oh, my kitty love. Oh, my kitty love. Mwah. If you hang out with me, you could hang out with me like you hang out with your dad. You know that, right? I know I'm a little more rambunctious at the moment, but like, no, settle in, settle in, settle in. It'll be cool. Just settle in. Settle in. No, this is not settling in. Okay, bye. She's like blocking my face tracking now. Okay, have fun. You're too loud. It's my lap is a bit different than Pixels. And also, Pixels took the armrest off of his chair. So, like, my chair has the armrest, so Moira can't just hop from the side. But Pixels doesn't have the armrest. He took it off of his chair, and she can just climb up. But mine has the armrests. I've got spreadsheet autism, so I spend a lot of time playing... Yeah, no, valid. That's valid. Valid. I'm gonna add this to all of these. Shake that. It's okay, I do too, Kiwi. I do too. I honestly don't think I need this column anymore. Because this was just so I could mark the script line amount, but I don't need that anymore. All of you fam. Answer column to the right. Have I come to go? Oh, money. Never once did I see someone have so many. Did someone have? Yep. Okay. Yeah. No. I'm a big spreadsheet girly. No Led or Zeppelin. Rockers in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. We can make you lose your mind. Fuck. Alright, I'll do this. Oh, it's not doing it. Can I do it to multiple? I can't. Every day I'm shuffling. It's the wrong color. Why are you the wrong color? Oh, it's because I didn't select the right one. I just kind of fucked it up a little bit. I had a better idea for how I want to do this. Don't be mad. Now stop. Pain is bad. What's shot for us? Another one. They just want cut. They just want to be. Poor Tism breaking the brain. Yeah. I had a Tism thought and then I just died. There we go. And then I want this one to have a left border, not a right border. This one, and then remove the borders on this guy, except for the bottom one, which should be black. There we go. I like that a lot more, because now it's contained in the list. Excuse me? Oh, it's because it's merged, I see. Everybody just have a good time. We gonna make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time. Dude, this was like this was the song in my middle school. A lot of like middle schoolers liked this song when I was young. I'm pretty sure it was I'm pretty sure it was middle school. Every day I'm shuffling. I love me, I am the one. This is not necessary. This one will be necessary for told me her name was Billie Jean and caused a scene. Me being the one. Okay, so we highlight V stars and then I just copy names. Because I don't have a specific order that I want to do anybody. And I don't like that this makes it look like I do. Because I don't. Be careful what you love. It's just kind of whoever's relevant in my brain typically. Billie Jean is not my lover. I realized this wouldn't work this way, chat, because I hide the previous tiers. Ugh, fuck. I am the one. It's fine. I'll just keep it relevant. Days before the night, so it's on the side. I just move it. It's fine. Sends. So can't think twice. Okay, I should actually start doing that now, though. I go V highlight, for example. And then this row we'd hide. Be careful who you do. I'm picking on girls' hearts. Mommy. I'm posting, yeah, I'm posting to Treya this week, so Haruka's can move down. It's just a girl thinks that I am the one, but the kid is not my son. Okay. I gotta do that for this too, actually. Whoops. I'm the one. Kid is not my son. But I did Trash Goblin last streak, right? We're doing a Waria this week. Yes, sir. Yes'm. Hi, Bruce. Okay. Alrighty. And I didn't finish doing this. Save. Edit dates. This would be for next Friday. Save. I am the one. It's not my son. Oh, these are done. Okay, cool. So we will start with the highlights. Not my son. I wish there was a plugin for DaVinci so I could reposition how stuff is. Like, I wish I could have this sitting, like, here or something, like, on the side, and then moving stuff around. Is there a plugin for it? Wonder. Plugin. I guess not. I forgot what I was doing. I was doing something. Damn, well, I guess fuck Elvis. I didn't want to listen to Elvis. I don't wanna. I didn't wanna. Pixel just sent me a video of our cat. Hold on, I want to see if I can show it to you guys. Is it incriminating? Not really. Okay, cool. Why we fucking the dead is fucking wild. Elvis isn't dead. Look, it's my cat. She's like in here. There's like a little box in there. He just went home. That's crazy. Look at her. She's so cute. I love my cat. My necromancer broke out of my book. Rip. Rest in peace. Fit fucking peace, am I right? Look at then you should have put a ring on it. Look at then you should have put a ring on it. That one's fine. I don't need this one anymore. Cause I don't have one for that. This one is the same. Did you hear about the strong man? He was a bodybuilder. Good lord. Good lord. My honey one. Kiwi. He told me he wanted to raise a family, but I'm not sure I'm ready for that. I'm alert. Time to get some eat. No problem, Andrea. Thank you for stopping by. I love you. Hope I don't wake up too late for my appointment. I believe in you. Set plenty of alarms. How does it get VTuber out of YouTuber? You can get the skelly feet for that. Skelly feet. Okay. Thanks. I don't think I needed that. I don't really want to listen to this song either. It's a sad song. I'm not in the mood for sad songs. You're giving me sad songs. I don't want sad songs. Thank you. DJ talks too much lately. Do your job. They do give... I mean, like, I'm never gonna be mad about learning about music, but I do... DJ, not a podcaster. Yeah, same. There is it called Spicify? There is Spicify that, like, lets you beautify your Spotify. And they have, like, custom plugins and extensions that, like, for example, the little, like, bar for how long the song has been going could be, like, Nyan Cat or something. I don't know if it would break what we have going on right now, so I haven't installed it, but it's very possible that they have a plugin that would remove the DJ voice. I just haven't looked into it, because I don't want it to break anything that we got going now. And I could just skip him if I really want to. I listen to Spotify, not look at it. It's on my third monitor, so it doesn't really bug me. Because if you guys were ever curious about how my PC is set up, hold on, I can show you doing it this way. No, I can't. No, I can't, because I don't have it plugged in. Display settings. This is how my monitors are set up. And they're each separate monitors. They are in Illustrator. Things I say. Yeah, what is this dog's full name? What? Okay. You can connect your TikTok to Spotify, so now you can add... Oh, yeah, I've done that. Yeah, that's why I have, like, some of these songs. I have new songs in here now because of that. Hold on, I'm looking something up. Why do I yawn even when I'm not that tired? What causes excessive yawning? Tiredness, sleep deprivation, and medications usually cause yawning. I mean, I guess I did just take fluoxetine. It makes me sleepy. Okay, new question while we're asking Google questions. Why does my cat not cover her poop sometimes? I wish I could change the default playlist because I don't add anything to my likes and I have a playlist for just like TikTok songs. That's valid. Your brain cooling down, that makes sense, I guess. A cat may not cover its poop for several reasons, including stress, medical issues. Okay, can we have like not scary reasons? Pleasing humans. Humans have encouraged the behavior in our pets by specifically choosing and breeding the ones that cats are keen. Cats have a leave. Cats that leave their excrement uncovered for the whole world to not they're just being cats. If your kitty has always dug and covered a normal litter and suddenly makes a statement with uncovered poop, ask yourself what has changed. Yeah, my cat just might be annoyed at me. Okay. I was told to get more yeah, I thought it was to get more oxygen. I don't really know. Because I have big lungs. I breathe good. So I don't really know. Guys, I want to organize my Spotify playlists. Ow, 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 my brain. I'll remove this one. I want to organize Spotify rap. That's fine. Spotify songs? I don't want this one. Doesn't mean you're breathing right. You're right. I'm probably very much breathing wrong. The loudest fucking car. I want to remove this one because it looks like they deleted that one. It's part of it. I have underdeveloped lungs because I'm a preemie and had to learn better ways to breathe. Interesting. I just have I have Colorado lungs, and now that I live in Oregon, like you get more air here, so I don't have to breathe as much, I guess. I want to put this in other playlists. Do I want these still? Because these are like, a lot of them are the same. I'm going to remove some of these. The ones that aren't by me, I'm removing them. Do I want this one still? Yeah, because this is a vibe. This is a different vibe. I don't know if I'm going to keep the Twitch one, though, now. There is a song in here that I want to keep, though, which is this one. I want to go back. This is all and I'm work. Kermit tunes. Love songs stay here. I don't know what the song is. This playlist is. Does she hold her breath when she's focusing? Yes. Oregon has better trees too. We do. And sometimes just to make thinking harder. Sometimes when I'm focused. Kiwi, can you send me your TikTok playlist again? I feel like I had it. Hold on, wait, let me look. Hold on, don't send it to me. Let's see if it's in our... Nope, can you send it to me again? I was seeing if it was in our DMs and it was not. Focus car. I don't want this one either. This can go in... I just feel like I have so many playlists. Yeah, no. I don't want this either. This can go in other playlists. Move to folder, create folder. New folder. I need to edit the name of the folder. This is Theater Kid. Baby mode, you got it, champ. And a wellness check, hell yeah. I keep forgetting that this doesn't place me where I need to be placed. I'm overcompensating. Overcompensating. Okay, so hold on. I just really want to organize my Spotify, and I gotta get emojis. School. Oh, I should put. Hold on. Epic should go in here, and so should Sweeney Todd. And I should also put Heather's in there too. Oh, I can organize. Oh! Hold on. Do I have anything? Oh, I do. Okay. Does Meet Us Undo Baby does... Oh, yeet us not... Well, no, it just yeets me across the screen. It doesn't undo me. I still stay. No, it just throws me. And then I come back. Yeah. I want that to go there. And then funny silly songs. What are my funny silly songs? I don't think I'm gonna keep this one. Yeah, it's kind of like, don't eat the baby, eat the baby. Or don't kick the baby, kick the baby. Okay, that. And then me. And the lullaby tunes go up here because it's special. This is... Oh, shit.
bother hell?
I'm doing this wrong. Ah! How do we undo baby mode then? Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. It's just, I guess if you just redeem a different model. Also, do I not have it? I really gotta, hold on. Hello. And make a thing. A George. No. But there's only one only baby mode and squisho mode, which is kind of baby. Oh. That's valid. I could do like a begone. Begone, foul baby. Oh yeah, I guess, no, yeah, I guess yeetus, fetus, deletus does make sense. Okay. Well, we'll change back in a little bit. Stream Deck! Stream Deck, yes, I was editing a button. Okay. Love iTunes. This one goes in other playlist. Okay, wait, I don't know where that went. This would be add to create folder. I need like a seasonal folder renamed seasonal. It's not baby, but it's small. Halloween party. Oop. I think I have one in here. Yeah, the Square Enix one. Seasonal. This goes in other playlists. Tunnel, secret tunnel, through the valleys. Secret, 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 secret tunnel. So I try to figure out all the things on the deck. Just figured out I could press a button to use my emotes and chat without scrolling it. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, fuck loudcore. Oh, I want to listen to some loudcore right now, but like I can't. I can't. I cannot. Like I won't do it to you, chat. I think I want to rename this. Covers. I don't like that it's so long. Power ballads go underneath. Yeah. Emo songs go under this one. Rave music can stay there. I don't really have an opinion on the rest of them. These can also go in here underneath the rave music. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the mountains. Secret, 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 secret tunnel. Tunnel, secret, secret tunnel, secret tunnel. How's Burgie going? Burgie is not happening today because I had too many things to do today. Other playlist, villain POV. Can I put playlist within playlist? I can! I'm gonna remove this for now because I have a bit too much. This is me, my memes. I like all the playlists down here. Oh, I see. Let's do that. This is another playlist thing. Love songs. So it should be lullaby tunes, love songs. That Mr. Nice Adventure Time. Yeah, okay, that's better. All cleaned up, champ. All cleaned up. I'm off, and now I have to go design a campaign poster to usurp my coworker as the hall monitor. It's an empty title, but he deserves to lose. I believe in you. If you need any help, Kiwi, I will help. And you can take all the credit. I don't care. I love petty things, so I got you. Need your body. Alright, we gotta get into video editing. Video editing time. Maybe it leads to make a night, right? Forget about the time bomb. Ready to go. Oops. Alright, don't let it go. Just want to. I know once again. Let you go. With. Okay. Meet somebody, like in the way that I need your body. I'm not a prima donna, but every day that you meet somebody. Okay, also let me check something with the Sammy stuff. The VTuber plugin. Whatever makes you would make would be 1,000 in my Microsoft. Well, hey man, it's a team effort. I don't make things out of my butthole, you know, I need references. So if you want, I'm not joking. If you want help with that, like, I got you. Oh, I was gonna check Sammy because I don't understand why Sammy's not doing the thing for me. Sammy, where are you, Sammy? This is my stream deck. Auto baby. Halfling says hi, Halfling. You know what? I probably know why. I'll take you up with that. I'll DM you when I go. Sounds good. Sounds good to me. I think it's because of this. Oh. I want this to happen every time, so let me make a button for it. Okay, I have to go to my other stream deck. This one. Swipe. Okay. Fuck, how did we do it on the other one? I forgot what we did for that one. It's this one. Action ID. Oh, edit triggers, add. This one, press the action ID. Happy generation. Who am I supposed to be? I'll be complete. I'll be proud of me. Checking clients. Allow. Okay. Okay. So that does that. So I'm worthless. Worthless. Okay, and then save. Okay. Okay, I don't want to click that button right now because that'll fuck things up. But I will put it here for now and call it set file from icon. This will be the check vtube. There you go. All right. Who am I supposed to be? When will I be complete? Will I be proud of me? How did it be? Auto caption 549.15. And then let's bring in.
Mother, can we get booba? Shoot. I mean booba. Shoot. Boba.
Booba. Wait, I want to hear him say it again. Wait, hold on. I want to hear him say it again. History load.
Mother, can we get booba? Shoot. I mean booba. Shoot. Boba.
Booba. Booba. Yes, we can get boba, baby. You can have this one. It's like a taro. Is that the one we want? Honeydew's best, though. In my opinion, honeydew is the best. Do they have ones like this, but like different colors? I have a pink one. I found a pink one. I have purple. I'll get you the purple one. Questioning why I exist.
Booba.
Booba. Booba. I like the way he says booba. I'm worthless. BLT prompt. This will be called booba. Booba. There you go. I actually just was thinking about it the other day, like when is BLT gonna wanna have another prop? And today's the day. Today's the day! There you go. Actually, no, I need this open for the script. Oh, my back. Okay. VODs. I don't want to listen to this right now. I don't know if I want to listen to this either. Guys, do you want to be theater kids? Hold on. Because I didn't add all my theater kid stuff and I kind of want to. Heathers. What other musicals do I like? Hamilton? He does have an iPad all the time. He does. Are there any other ones I like? I'm not a big theater kid. Like, I don't super know about some of them. Like, let me see. Dear Evan Hansen, The Greatest Showman on Earth, Wicked. I don't really know. Like, I've never really gotten too deep into those ones, but I do like other ones. So, we're gonna listen to the Heathers and then some Sweeney Todd, I think, is my plan. VOD archive. The 10th, the 11th I have. Special VOD, I have that one. And the 14th was yesterday. I like that. I like that UI changed Twitch. It's good. Waiting room. Like school in the high school. I'm the dome. Hold your breath and count to tens. Graduating soon. Paradise if I'm not on my noon. Wanna do Miraculously you survived the terrible fall, but you lost her. Beautiful. I wonder if they have any recent clips. No? Oh my god, this is gonna take so much longer than if I just recorded it or downloaded it. My angsty writing playlist. Ooh. Oh, okay. A little bit. Hey, I just had a thought. What y'all even paying for with taxes at this point? Like, what's left to be defunded? My life. Our life. Life support. Good song. It is a good song. We're listening to some musicals because I want to. Let's see. Let's see. 78, 9, 24. I feel like this was a bit big. Heather's great. Heather's is great. I think this Heather's the musical. Saw a bunch of little animations years ago. Yeah, this is Heather's. It's like, I feel like one of my favorite ones. I think like my top 3 are Epic, Sweeney Todd, and then Heather's. In no particular order. One's better. I don't know why I did that. Could have just kept it and then replaced it, but that's okay. No Beetlejuice? I don't know. I feel like I don't know Beetlejuice enough to claim that I like it as a top 3. Like, I'm a baby music theater kid, you know? I wasn't really a theater kid, you know? I just was around a lot of theater kids growing up. But I really like Heather's.
Huh?
Huh? The whole being dead thing. I think I know that one. I feel like I think I know that one. Beautiful. My braid. Cause like when I think of being in like enjoying a musical and it being in my top, I have to know more than just the popular songs, you know? Hamilton's also good. So good start to a fresh game. I wonder what my stats are. Yeah. Oh, Hadestown is a good one too, but I don't know that one fully. This one. cat is being a needy fuck and it's really affecting my ability to use my computer. Just pick him up. Pick him up and kiss him. Also, I realize that's not the same thing. Okay, hold on. Someone. Thank you. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Oh, sorry. I think the zoom in this is wrong. Center 0.73. There we go. My cat is a big boy. It's not easy to translocate. No, I'm not saying locate him. I'm saying smother him. Hug him and kiss the fuck out of him. And he'll be like, I want to leave. That's what I do with Moira. I can't unhear it either. Fuck. This one. This is not a game with friends. Where's the one that's a game with friends? I think this one. This is more Voice of the Void, I think. This one? Oh, this was them playing Final Fantasy. This works. I've never heard Hasmhood. I'm in blissful ignorance. That's valid. I would put this one here. And then apply. Change P to 150. This one can scoot a little bit. How much is the fishing game? Oops, did I fuck something up? No, I didn't. Okay. Guys, what's that fishing game that you can integrate Twitch with? I forgot what it's called. Lurk bait. I have a demo. I'm presuming the demo is so that you can't like customize it. So this is more passive. Okay. I just wanted that in my brain. I want to grab some of their art. No. Hi, Fruit. How are you? Oh, damn. I'm sorry, friend. Bitches, we're beyond just matcha. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. That's intense. What I need you for? I just realized the voice actor for Lydia is, I think, also in Has Been Hotel. So I can hear it. This one. This one. I want one where they're like laughing, I think. Let's go back to their Twitch. Top 30 days. Man, why is this being big gay? Oh, this one will work. Actually, would be perfect. For once to download, that is. Kiwi, is this what I'm making? Is this what I'm making? To a poster? Yeah, there was the pearly gates. I understand the Has-Been Hotel is a bit problematic, but I also understand that this song bops, though. I kill him again. That's babe. An eye for an eye. It's said and done. It's no fun. They call me the brain at work, and he's like 32, but we call him the fossil since. Oh, I like it. Ever whether you like it or not, hands away over boiling a pot. I got you. We kill him again. I'm gonna make it on Canva because I'm lazy. Determination. Determination. Student vote. Let's see. No problem. Enjoy making pasta. Right, so let's not beyond. I like the color. Hot blind stuff they cannot. I like. That's credit card. It's in the nose. If you have us, impulse. Coke. Put it back home. What you waiting for? Candy store. My candy store. It's Tuesday, until in the end, I got to run. It's on her. Oh, what the fuck? Get out of my face. Didn't fall. Listen to my candy star. You're not a Lucy anymore. The to the candy store. Actually, backward. I wish I could like take this part out. Oh, what I'm waiting for. This is for Kiwi. This is Kiwi's. They want to be hall monitor versus their coworker, so I'm making them a flyer. Right. Head down. What can you be? You I But fossils are cool. Fossils are cool, but they're old. We're on Kiwi side on this one. Oh, my hand, would you carry me through no man's land? On decree, you fight for me. How far? I would get a jaw fossil. I want a tyrant. What? Excuse me? It smell good. Looked longer than I thought you would. Oh, okay. Understandable. I don't know, dude. I didn't ask questions. I'm just doing it. This one's cuter. And 11 right there. To get lost in. Rush. I'm time for that place and rush. Raise your brain. Raise your brain. Raise your brain. The future, Veronica Sawyer. No, it's marry a lawyer. No, it doesn't when it falls. How to start building your walls. Freeze your brain. The ice, the loss, and the pain. Rise out to some sight. Nothing of pain. Freeze your brain. The pain. Who you are. 6 weeks back on the road. Into the head, is it better off dead? Oh, yeah, but freeze your brain. I think this one would have a nice, like, I feel like, not that one, this one, echo. We made it black. We just made it. The fuck is this? This is the thing! This is the thing! I'm doing the thing for you! Big fun, big fun. Nah, don't do that. This is not quality. This is just me just putting things together that I think look okay. Me. This feels kind of kid-like, but that's okay. Oh God. Big fun, big fun. I don't like the... I want it like a rounded. I don't like the sharp fonts. I want them to be smooth. I'm surprised Buffy didn't say they call Hallmark something else like wee bobbies. Wee bobbies? The big fun. The Flash, the Cootie Squad. Heather. Sorry, Heather. No, we just don't have the concept. That's valid. Honestly, that's kind of valid. Alright, there you go, Kiwi. It is a professional narc. I wouldn't say they're a narc. They just, like... Like, your job is to get people in trouble and tell on them. I think it's just to make sure that the halls don't have intruders, really. Really, the country that came up with Lord of the Flies trusts teenagers to not muck about between classes? Yeah. And I mean, I guess, yeah, it's to be a narc. Technically. But you can be a cool guy. You can be a cool hall monitor, though, you know? Is this just gonna be them fucking up? Because this is me. This is literally me when I play Minecraft. They're in creative and everything. This is fucking me, dude. Fucking, dude. Fucking, oh god. Have hard drugs or guns, you know? I think it's the gun part. And even then, it's just like, it's not so much about like the drug. It's about them skipping class. And I think skipping class is like a universal thing. Good lord. Good lord. Good lord. Good lord. Good lord. Slow down, dude. Okay, thank god. That's valid. That's Buffy. Here you go. It's super, super low quality, but it's all my brain can think of right now. Shouldn't that I like? I guess so. I don't know. I think as a kid I would have liked it, but I don't have much opinion on it now, I guess. Window clock. Cool. In the UK, we mind our business. If I saw a kid doing lines in the bathroom, that's their shit. That's the one kid from Reese's is the perfect example of a hallmark. It is, yeah. I don't know. I never grew up with hall monitors. I was online school, so I didn't have to have hall monitors. Boffy's got something against hall monitors, I think. I think Boffy woke up. Boffy had a dream about a hall monitor fucking his mom. Oh! That's actually not bad. It's okay, Boffy. We won't let any hall monitors near you. It's okay. Let it go, I can't. There's a knife for you. It's just kind of fucked up to hire professional narcs among the kids to be snitches. I didn't make up the school system. I don't really know. You know, I'm just the shrug emo. That's the wrong button. Hello. Okay. Yeah, like I always heard of school hall monitors, but I never interacted with one. It's voluntary or pass from one rat to the next. I think kid Okay. Sorry, guy, I don't think we were friends with my ACAB and all that. Oh my god. I think there is a validity in making sure, like, someone hangs out to make sure kids don't skip classes. Because it's not good for you to skip your classes. But... Ooh, I like that more. Undercover mobster who joins the police. Ooh. That's cool. I don't want to listen to all these anymore. I'm not in the mood to listen to all of them. Let's go on a date to the pep rally. You shut me out like I was trash. For that you should be dead. But hit me like a flash. What if high school went away instead? Those assholes are the key, keeping you out. Training them early to get their perks for ratting out their friends. I guess. Boffy, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really think anybody takes it that seriously, baby. If they do, they've got their own problems, and natural selection will deal with them. Like, I think, as a kid, I would have been a hall monitor if I had the chance. Because I loved school, I loved being part of school in every way I could. I definitely would have been a hall monitor. Would I have grown up to be a police person to narc on people? I think I just liked school. All I have is what you guys have told me. I feel like you're listening to a lot of chat and not a lot of Elaine. I'm gonna be honest. Because I was just like, there are people that hang out in the halls and make sure kids go to class. And that's, it's not a lot of me. Your society turns out slaves and blanks. No thanks. Signed, the students of Westerberg High. Bye. We want to smoke, pour out the doors. But marshmallows will make s'mores. We can smile and cuddle while the fire burns. I was meant to be yours. We were meant to be one. Quake, there's alone. Finish what we become. We were meant to be mine. I am all that you need. You tore. The only hallmarkers I know who had friends that sold weed. Yeah, I mean, it's a good hustling. To be honest, wait, if you think about it, if you're a hall monitor and you're a drug dealer, that's like perfect because, oh my god, I think that's perfect. If you were a hall monitor that sold drugs, actually, on God, that's actually perfect. No. Please don't leave me alone. If you were all I can try, I can't. I will live on more. What? Okay, I don't know right there. Didn't you hear we're getting a city-sized school to train along with a college football team budget for staple? What? 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 I'll listen to Joanna. And then we'll go back to normal. Time to go to Staples. Guns. Makes sense. Yep. Feel you, Joanna. Joanna, steal you, Joanna, I'll steal you. The walls can hide you, even though I'm at your window. I am in the dark beside. Breeze lately in your yellow hair. There we go. Feel you, Joanna. I feel. Did you hear Vorjak got killed again? No, I mean for real this time? What the fuck? What do you mean for real? What happened? What happened? What the fuck? What do you mean? When I'm with you there, in your yellow hair. Pretty women, silhouetted. I want to listen to Pretty Woman too. Pretty Woman, wait, where's Pretty Woman? This one? Yeah, it's like taking forever to load. Yeah, I guess it's dead. Or 8chan? What is 8chan? Okay. Oh, I'm not used to Josh Groban. I'm so used to Johnny Depp. And to the next. To the love can still inspire for what? Am I doing art tips today? I don't wanna. Yeah, they killed the site and doxed everyone involved in running the site, revealing some of them were government plants, which is interesting. Oh. Okay. Who would have guessed it? Where's my makeup on? This is called 8chan, Infinite Chan, or Infinity Chan socializes is an image board with okay. Art tip time. My ward. Fascinating. Dancing pretty women. Dawn. Is the hair. I have to edit a picture. No! No! It's already happened, chat. No! The soundboard! The soundboard! Look, look, look!
Chicken jockey.
I also saw Flint and Steel. Hold on.
Flint and steel, flint and jockey. I am
We'll do this one too.
la 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 lava.
Chicken.
Steve's lava chicken, yes, tasty as hell. Ooh, mamacita, now you're ringing the bell. Crispy and juicy, now you're having a snack. Ooh, super spicy, it's a lava attack.
Don't go to the movie theaters to watch it. Watch it in the Discord. We're gonna watch it in the Discord eventually. Something pretty women. Pretty women. Pretty women. Pretty women. Pretty women. Yeah, I don't really like the secondary, the guy that plays. I mean, I like the singer for Joanna, but I think I like the original more, I think. I'm not really sure. You, Joanna, I'll steal you. Okay, my father loves me, so I have a few unused passes. Hell yeah. The window. Poker man. Very sweetly in your yellow hair, Johanna. Me. Johanna. We shall not meet again, my turtle love, my sweet Johanna. I, Joanna, you're falling into your mind. I, Joanna, Smoke, fire. Yes. I just realized something. It's clear, Johanna. I need to send you more Pardero games show that ruins who's that Pokemon. Hell yeah. I'm down. Joanna. Joanna. Hey, Joanna. Look, Joanna, a star. Shooting star. But they dance me on fire. Hold on. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm changing it. I'm removing this. Remove from playlist. I can't. Remove from library. The original one. I can't. It's just the old lady doesn't sound spooky enough. You know. I don't like it, chat. It's not spooky enough. Feel you, Joanna. I feel you. And the walls can hide you. No one not your window. Lily sweetly in your yellow hair, Joanna. Oh, fuck. Yes! Yes! Johnny Depp, yes! I'm too beautiful and pale, the way I dreamed you were, Johanna. A little dove, my sweet Johanna. Hi, Joanna. You'll see what I mean, like immediately with this. Sign of the devil, be on fire. It's just, it sounds better in my opinion. On fire, stay on fire. Okay. To rejoice with it, it's yeah, Joanna. iTuber for, yeah, it's just it feels more rhythmic and less like they're just trying to focus on like what the song itself, and more like I just like it. I like it a lot more. Joanna, the way you are, a star. You can play a game. Somebody got a thing. Oh my god, I didn't remove that. Remove them independently. Think of you again, think I die. Think of you less and less every day. And up, Joanna. Look, no, right today. Look, Joanna. You say goodbye to here. Every time I hear "I hope you're happy now," it reminds me of the cut song from Hamilton. What a way to live. Damn. I mean, I'm pretty comfy. I think. Let's think of a Bo Barnum. Oh yeah. Yeah, I am pretty comfy. Comfy cozy. I just want this image of Chris Pratt. It is. Actually? Around this time every day for the last week, and so my brain's like nap. No, that's a mood. I get that. My brain also does that. Cause it likes it. Could try to eat something. That's valid. I mean, you could have maybe a snack. Maybe you could draw something. I want to add another track. No good snacks in the house, and drawing will make me want to smash my head into a wall. You ready? I bet the perfect animating on it is very American. Russell the cat. I have you smothered the cat? Have you tried to smother the cat? I feel like there's not enough smothering of love going on. That's probably why, in my opinion. I'm back, chat. I'm back. I'm sorry. Cries. I am back. Hi, Spooky Fox. I'll have to check my internet settings later today. Fucking Comcast. Yeah, I think it's Comcast this time. Because my internet on certain connection things has been very slow. It's a Mario.
It's me, Mario.
And then
So long, Bowser.
Hello, Mario.
okay, I'll use that little Mario.
Hello, Mario.
There it is. No, Buffy. No, that's so cursed. And then we want to do like a... Go back to the DJ. Okay. Um, 1.16. I'll give 25. What my name is, what my name is. Oh, let's go up here. Oops. Oh, Wooga GIF. There you go. I think I have a confused GIF in the last episode. This one. Brain explosion GIF. On top. In your face you get sprung. We want paint on. Let's do paint on. Sorry, I got like super focused there for a second. My keys. Receive. My keys. Where are my keys? So I don't know what to put here, so I'm just gonna put some keys. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know this song still went on. This song is a lot longer than I thought it was. Well, he can't lie, it's true. Want none unless you got buns, hon. Actually, yes, this would be bottom center. 0.79. 90. -4.6. Let's be. There you go. Cool. Can't wait to work on Vibe and Shine. That shit will be so easy. There you go. Okay. Okay, let me see. Maybe we gotta do this. I'm just. That's a good song. Good suggestion, Pixels. There you go. What? This one point. I do these two back to back a lot on the bus on the way to the class in the big city before Rona. That's valid. Makes sense. I think they did 76, 4th, 83. Californication. Alright, let me do this. So I don't always import big fucking ass files. Fornication. Oh, I don't like that one. Californication. 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 Are they the same? What the fuck? They are. That's annoying. communication. I don't think anybody's gonna be able to tell the difference, so it'll be alright. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Yeah. And then we do this, and we do a crop bottom, and then clothing, the bottom. That should be bottom center, which is -496. Fornication. Don't you just love yawning, chat? I wonder why. I understand that, like, when you yawn, it's like, oh, you're getting oxygen to your brain and whatever. But why does it make you, like, more sleepy, though? Like, what effect does it have that it makes you more sleepy? I'm fine with this song. $1.16. 25, I think. What the fuck is happening? $1.16. Now we do arrows. I would unlink this just so I could bring this down. Move on to the top. Symbols, arrows. Ears, horns, distinctive bow, or two. Shunk. Shunk. Horns. And bow. Make pop noises, sound effects. OP. Just type it 1.16, negative 25. And then here, and then here, which is negative, no, 0.73, negative 496. That's where we bring in this one. Alright, all that's left is music and subtitles. Wrong thing. Okay. Oops. Hell yeah. Alright, and then I'm just gonna adjust this. It's a bit bigger. Alright, and then we'll just relaunch DaVinci. Bleh. Oh, did it cause you to stop streaming? Oh no, we gotta find someone else. We must find someone else. Blah. Is that how you're feeling today, bub? Oh, lurking pumpkin stream. Blah 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 blah. I really want you to want me. Good funny thing, had a banana hammock come in today. A banana hammock? What's a banana hammock? Is that actually a hammock? Or is a banana hammock a food? What is a banana hammock? It'd be the wrong size and I'm scared? What is happening? Why be scared? If it's too big, you just get more room, right? Neither? It's a swimsuit for dudes? Okay, I could see the fear. Is it a Speedo? It's a Speedo? A bungee snuggler? If you will, is crazy. Is it like a Speedo? Also, you're very brave. I couldn't wear a bikini. Essentially, very brave. I give you many bravery points. Many bravery points. I cannot. I would feel so exposed. -54. So crop the bottom. I'm just gonna restart it one more time because I'd rather be safe. Jorge is teasing an idea of him doing an Iliad musical. Ooh, it's for the hot tub streamer Grant. Oh my god! I thought you were just gonna put like a swimsuit on your VTuber. So that'd be pretty easy, I feel. Oh my god! Bro, BK just playing Call of Duty, but he's playing fucking the extraction mode. Fansly stream, oh my god. Text patient, right? It's TOS, I promise. Yeah, as long as it's in the hot tub category. We'll be fine. I feel like I have to burp. There you go. Show hips, banana hammock is TOS. I'm pretty sure VTubers can show hips as long as they're in the hot tub stream. Hot tub category. Again. Arrgh. Okay, we're good. Yeah, the hot tub category allows a lot of things. Anxiety. The Da Vinci today. The heat is giving me anxiety. I gotta turn up a fan. The heat is giving me anxiety. That's such a weird thing because I feel like anxiety is a cold. It's a cold feeling, you know? But nah, I'm just over here fucking hot and upset. Yeah, I gotta turn this all off. Okay, we're okay. Image like this can strike familiarity in your brain. That's because how hot? It's only 80. It's only 80, but I'm just very unprepared for it to be warm because it makes my face warm. And then I get upset. I'm not good at being in warm. Especially a humid warm. I think the thing is, it's like a humid warm, so I feel like I have like a fever, but I don't. It's just my face is warm because it's warm. Specifically in this video, we are going over consistency keys. He be bleh. He be very bleh. I like staying cold. I'm like a polar bear. Nope. Features of design, the character wouldn't be recognizable without, like a color palette or certain accessories. General examples of this is how Mario is always typically associated with red. And how Bowser is always wearing studded bracelets. Another example could be when we examine my design. I'm looking at my color palette. It's important. Human hot is way worse than dry heat, been in both. Yeah, I grew up in dry heat, so I think that's why I can't take hot heat as well. Skin, hair, and clothing. In terms of features that contribute to my silhouette, my ears, horns, and distinctive bow are important to note. If you would like to read more in-depth breakdown on consistency keys, check out Dynamic Pose It by Bow Bow. Okay. Okie dokie. To me. Apply. Cool. Close. Me and you will see. I just want to eat the sun. I want to eat the sun. Not even very humid, actually quite nice. It's just spoiled by winter. I think yesterday gave me anxiety, and then I don't know why, but being live is giving me anxiety because I was thinking about the numbers and stuff. I was thinking about it in a corpo way, and that started giving me anxiety. But it's okay. It's okay. We're gonna keep doing stuff that has fun. I refuse to not have fun. So what are we doing next? We're doing Vibe and Shine. Vibe and Shine is fun. Vibe and Shine is positive. I refuse to let it get to me. I refuse. I absolutely, positively refuse. I refuse to let this anxiety have a hold of me in a way that isn't consensual. You know? What the fuck is this? The only thing that's around here that shouldn't be consensual is my success, because I want my success to come out of the blue, to come out strong. My success shall be here before me, before I even know it is here. And I will be so pumped. That's right, chat. If you can believe it. Oh, wait, it wasn't linked? What? 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 I just refuse. So let's just keep chugging. Keep chugging. Video editing. Vibe and Shine. Do I have any pictures? I don't think I put pictures in here. I didn't. I get a little bit. I get a little bit. I'm putting a picture more in here. I get a little bit crazy. Actually, let's replace this guy. This one. Or, you know, we don't have to, I guess. Oh, it's because it downloaded as a WebP, didn't it? Yes, it did. Okay. Yeah, that works. In the garbage pan. Glitter. Oh, dang shitter. Do better. Goddamn plug hole. Get in the plug out of the goddamn plug hole. Buddy in the world knows everything figured out except for you. Go, go. You don't even know. No. How to neatly fold. Mold. Leaving the container. I just scrubbed the fucking dishes. Thing gotta be so goddamn difficult. Chicken. Chicken. Oh. God damn it. I think Friday's about to be interesting. Is it because of the TikToks that you're sending me? Say bye bye. That's the wrong one. I'm screaming. I'm screaming. Okay. Oh fuck, I'm stupid. I do some. Okay, cool. This one, which will be this one. I don't. Alright, now I go back here, go here, save this one. I'm gonna get it when the comment goes away. Crop top, 78, 151. Okay. Boop. And then here. Okay, and then the black cat. 78, 131. Oh, okay. Okay. Dupe and dupe. And this. I can't copy and paste. God damn it. God damn it, chat. God damn it. Dun it. Dun it. Dun it. I try. Delete track. Delete track. There we go. Dun it. Dun it. Dun it. Hmm. 78, 131. Cool. Now we gotta hope and pray, chat. While I wait for that, I could just fix the little these things because I always have music in these already. I'm doing the subtitles right now. Boop. Bleed. I can. Ruse. Catland. Catlandia. Pete's. Red. Yep, no more of that. Okay, subtitles save. Okay. No more of that for right now. I don't want to do it anymore. It's the wrong one. It's this one. This one. Pierce the veil. Not what I was expecting, but okay. Trying to think, is there anything else I need to do for the socials? I don't think so, though. I think we're good. Alright, I want to work on art for a little bit. Maybe play with the panels a little bit. I honestly don't want to think about my panels. I don't want to think about my panels right now. Alright, where's Jake's other arm sit? So this is his hand. And this is the upper arm. So he would have another arm. It would just be like arm left. Upper arm left. Boop. And the arm R, and we place all the L's with R's. There are children screaming out my window. Why? Don't scream, please. The please did nothing. The please did nothing. And this arm would go behind the body. This is the head. This is the body. And now we gotta do his like mouth and shit. I think it could just be like a straight line, I think. I should do his tongue too. Oh, we have to do like his whole mouth though, so it's like. Jake. To the morning past and saving your name. Picture, why do I feel this way? And then close curve. Let's move the mouth a bit, like that. Yeah, because then, like, when we have him talk, he can go, hey. Do I wake up to the morning, rose are screaming your name? Okay, look at the picture, why do I feel this way? Even try, you know, baby, why do I? Now he's got like 2 in the morning, screaming your name. Look at the pictures, why do I feel this way? Okay, there we go. And now this can go under. And now when he smiles, you know, and we can like exaggerate it and stuff. Yeah. And then, oh, we have to make his eyes closed version, which means, okay. Fuck. The dog underneath. With a cigarette on my teeth. And a actress. Since you're on beef. And a trust fund baggies. Tongues. Cheeks. Does it have inner mouth and tongue? It does. I'm a fucking Terrian and I'm fucking scared of him. Leave me, and that is little teeth. 10, okay. And those little white teeth. I think this one has the teeth. Oh, this one makes the tongue a different color. Where's the curves? What's this? Who you are? In the bar. So touch me well, to leave me well, leave me well, oh. The hoe, never trust the hoe, trust the hoe, don't trust me. There you go, his little teeth. And talk with your hips. Shush, girl. Put your lips. Do the Helen Keller and talk with your hips. Shush, girl. Shut your lips. And then I want to make one. Like, let me make this go all the way up into his nose. Yeah. And then, let's see, nose, ears, tail. Tail's all good. Oh, his eyes, right, his eyes. And I want to make a variant of the mouth. Variant of the mouth, because he has like the butt mouth. Boyfriend. Sometimes you're better off alone. Change your mind, you know where to find. Change your mind, you know where to find me. Your boyfriend. Who did I think that you got me? Go aside and just give in. Love girls and boys. Girls love girls and boys. Pucker, picker, pucker. Pucker, there you go. Joyce. It's like when he's jamming, he has those lips, right? Yeah, he does. Okay. Change your mind, you know where I am. Change your mind, you know where to find me. Reputation. Never did I think that I could get caught in the way you got me. Go aside and just give in. See, this would go in mouth. Oh, it wouldn't. I lied. Well, mouth goes in face, so this needs to go over this. You got me. Where is the mouth? Perfectly fighting for attention from a girl. Can't decide, and here's the reason. So boy. Okay, now eyes. Girls, love, girls and boys. Girls love girls and boys. Never think that if I flipped it. Yeah. I have never done an eye with like this before. It's very interesting. Oh, but when he closes his eyes. Oh, what? Oh, what? Because when he closes his eyes actually, okay, this Chinese, this song is just, I'm confused. What is happening? Thank you. Okay. So, but when his eyes are closed, they actually go into his head. So if I turned... Okay, I don't think this will work this way. I think instead I have to take the eyes, take the width, oops, and just version 7.0. Like the words of a tie-dye. Jake's eyes don't super make sense to me. Gonna be honest, chat. I think that's the way they look. Do I make myself cry by catching up on the One Piece anime? If you want to, you could also save it. That's the only backstory that made me cry, and when Oh, man. I mean, if you want to. If you wanna. I want to see him blink. How did they make him blink? It's just a pastime activity. I don't think he ever blinks. Someone's asleep somewhere. Adventure time. Whoa, wait. Jake blinked. He blinked. How did he blink? It's like right here. Oh, god damn it. It's loading right on the fucking frame. God damn it. Ah! I'm screaming. Okay, he does blink like that, actually. So I was right the first time. I don't like it that it randomly slows. Okay, we can do this then. Take the ellipse. Oh god, where'd it go? Where did it go? Okay, here it is. Okay, so these guys. So I just want essentially this. And this guy to go here. But I don't want the stroke. Ooh. There you go. Do this one. The eyes. Ah, I see I can't duplicate it like that. Okay, got it. This guy. I am very confused what I've done. Okay, no, that makes sense. So that one's not necessary. So these two aren't necessary. Okay. There we go. What is happening? What? I copied the wrong eye. Shoot. Okay. I see what's happening. Oh, one of the 3 eyes. We had 3 eyes. Where did the 3 eyes go? Alright, go away. Yeah, okay. This will fade at all. Okay. You go over there. Okay. Good God, you're banging it out. Oh God, it's the changing of the seasons. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this one delete. Just these guys. Alright. These should just be the inners. This goes on the right one. This goes on the left one. Boop, boop. Oh fuck, I switched them. This one. Okay, and then... Oh, does his outer lids not have... It doesn't. Okay. That was the problemo, chat. There we go. And now, if he goes to close his eyes... Eyes... Womp, 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 womp. It's an outer edge thing? Maybe an outer edge thing. Haha! I figured it out. Okay, I think that's all that there is for Jake. Actually, his tongue. I forgot his tongue. These are his jowls. Can't fucking spell jowls though. Jowls. Walker nose. Okay. And then let's. On the way. God, you're coming up with reasons. And you're dragging it out. Okay, face, leg. And we'll call this the Jake model. Jake the VTuber. Okay, and then we just need his tongue. Action, oh, you're such a fucking hypocrite. Every feel affection, fake it if you don't belong. Oh, such a fucking hypocrite. Hey yo, this is a good song. And then he's got this. And then close that. Face, pucker, jowls, mouth, open mouth. Oops. Tongue. Give her the head pat. I have a feeling that I am not supposed to have this upper part. Maybe. I don't think I'm supposed to have this part. Break curve, break curve, break curve, break curve. this one I also have to do the same thing though of and then close the curve. Nope, undo. This way, yep. And this would go under here. And this one would line up here. There's a lot of voices in this, like a lot of like, yeah, there's like Queen and David Bowie. I didn't know they did a song together. Does Jake always have that line on his tongue? He does. He does. Little Jake the dog tongue. This is the tongue. Out. And this is the teeth. Tongue in. This is the mouth. Inner mouth. And then... Hee hee. Okay. Okay. What else? What else? What else? I think that's everything. Yeah, I think that's everything. I think Jake is ready to rig at this point. I think I just need... I need to do the sad toggles in his eyes. Okay, so this is... I'm just gonna call this the iris, even though that's wrong. Iris R, iris L, IL, IR, and this is L. This is lower. This is the upper. Oops. There you go. We can travel the world to the golden coast. Alright. His eyes good. His mouth's good. His jowls are good. His eyes are good. Oh wait, no, his eyes aren't good. Hold on. Okay. I think it'll be fine. Alright, he's got like big one and then little one. And then let's add them. Sad iris L. And then there. kind of want to put it in the center. 320. I think it's just an. Just have it at 10 on the outside. And then I think that's it. Happy, sad. Okay, let me just check. I think these should actually be flat, but actually, what would help? Oh, what would help, chat? Took this and I made it clear that way. Yeah. What you are, baby. I should do that the same for the other eye. What you are, baby. There you go. Alright, I think the Jake the model, Jake the dog, his preliminary stages are all done. He's like ready to rig, I think, at this point. Cool. I don't have a sandwich. Actually, I didn't make a sandwich. I think these will be extras. Like the extra stuff. I think I'll do that later. Okay. Rhino sent me a TikTok. What is this TikTok?
I'm tired of people asking me if I'm an introvert or an extrovert. Bitch, I'm a pervert.
That's crazy. Alright. What do I want to do now? I think I want to sketch a little bit for my panels. Even though I want to fucking talk about a widow. I don't know, man. Rhino said that to me. I guess that's how Rhino feels about me, that I'm a pervert. That I'm a pervert. I'm not a pervert. To you, you to you. I ain't no pervert. I'm a cool guy. Right, my scribbles. You know what I had to say about this? I'm removing them. Yeah, that one's actually fine. I have the SketchUp kit. I'll keep it like this for now, and then if I want to add kimchi later, I can. Naza, your womanizer. Naza, oh, your womanizer, baby. Do I want to color it? I could. Fuck it, why not? I think it's because I want to do the other ones first. I think that's why. This is the about. And then about me panel. I can't type. Base. Okay, I'm gonna go restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Enjoy your food run, Kiwi. Never, never, never let go. Alright, hi guys. Oh my god, Mickey went off and so did a Furious. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna do these guys then. That's not what I wanted. There you go. Never, never let go. Alrighty. And we need the other pure ref open. Close. Excuse me. Alrighty. I just draw the ones that I like. I like that idea. Pretty sure I set this to 8. Oh, it's because it's not on top. Should I make the pillow stand up more? Maybe I should. Some nipple. No, now I only see nipples. Ah, the little corner of pillow. I only see nipple now, chat. That's all I see. All around me are familiar nipples. I think I did this wrong. So it should be like... Oh my god, I can't draw around the corner. Imagine if you were surrounded by unfamiliar nipples. I know, that'd be terrifying. But that's kind of what that's kind of what what the fuck do you call it? A strip club is like, right? Just a bunch of unfamiliar nipples. Kind of the point of a strip club? Well, I mean, if you're the owner of the strip club, it would be okay, you know? For the curves. I don't know what the song is. they like straight on? No, no, they are not. Oh my god, wait, I should have another pillow. So like a pillow here and then like pillow flipped. What does this look like in all caps? Not good. I don't think I could ever enter a strip club. I would not want to touch any single. That's valid. We were talking about this started because the corners of the pillows look like nipples, and then I was like, all around me are familiar nipples. Yeah, but I mean, you don't know. Maybe it's a very. I think it'd be okay. I think the thing is like with you know, strip clubs, they have to be clean, you know? They can't just be dirty. Okay, now I have to do something scary, which is draw a cat. I'm very afraid of drawing my cat. Actually, I already drew Moira. What if I drew like a teddy bear? I don't like that idea. Honestly, pretty normal conversation in here. This is true. That's incorrect. Let me just group these and then make them less. Have to be clean? Do they? They should be, but have to be is different. I just think you guys aren't opening yourselves to the glory that could be a strip club, you know? Speaking of strip clubs, why do you think there isn't a strip club simulator owner? Like, strip club owner simulator? I think that should be a thing. I bet it is a thing. You know what? I bet it is a thing. But it's just like, I'm in the wrong category, so I don't see that, you know? I got Pimp Simulator. And one of the game mechanics is you can turn off slapping them. So you just kind of get mad at them or something. Have you looked? No. I haven't, so... anything's possible, I guess. Strip clubs are patronized by men, and men can be gross. That's true. That's true. But you gotta think about the health of the ladies. Because I'm so bad at drawing stuffed animals. Is a plastic tree. Are you here with me? Okay, imagine a strip club simulator, but it uses the repo style models. That would be amazing. That would be so good, dude. I would pay a good amount of money to have that happen, I'm gonna be honest. Nope, this is me. No, actual nudity would be hilarious. I know, right? Sexy repo bot dance, hell yeah. I don't know how to draw a teddy bear arm. How does someone draw a teddy bear? I feel like I did this like wrong. Go back to this layer. I actually think that could be cute. Just remove. Go. And then how does they should all go together? Rasterize. Where'd all the time go? I'm starting to find. I feel like I did his ears wrong. I think his ears are Mickey-like. They're too big. There's a little booty. No, it's booty. Hee little teddy bear. His butt's a little weird though, huh? I'm gonna give him a little booty, but the booty looks a little weird. Go to the top. Like, whoa. I didn't draw it at an angle. Little teddy bear. Little teddy bear. Not bad. Not bad, chat. And socials. Trying to decide if I want like a little crease here or not. Let me add a new line. There you go. And then, the toys. Okay. Go BLT. Do what you wanna, live how you wanna, live how you wanna, what you wanna be. Do what you wanna, live how you wanna, what you wanna be, who you wanna be. Pillow. I think that's anything. And like these are the smaller pillows. This is the do another little guy that goes down. Oh, not that way. I think I like that. Oh, big curve. Make sure it be curving, chat. Be curving, it looks nice. There we go. Continuous. Let's go back to the teddy bear. Oh, that's from this. Succubus. There we go. spicy. And why am I? 'Cause I'm what you need. Caesar guaranteed. I think this one could be okay. Ew, I just looked at the rainbow glass thing. I'm so sorry, BLT. That looked like shit. Okay, so... Let's see. Oh, I had an idea for... Oh! Sorry, chat. Sorry. Bleep, bleep. I have an idea that I sketched. Yeah, chat command's being a spacebar, I think. Sweet succubus. Wait. Do a new one. And then like this. Alright, we'll deal with that in a second then. I could do it centered, like this one. I could. I like the other ones though. This one else had keycaps, didn't they? This one. Oops. Let's do that. I don't even know who that is, dog. Ooh. I think the problem actually that I have is that they are too rounded. Mischievous girl, whatever you want, all alone, what I want, this boy, ready now. And you got, guess who has a dumb gobble brain? Me. Why? What did I do this time? What's happening? Cat commands. Who is God? Whatever you want. Oh Lord, what I want. Rescue his boy. I already know. I'm all yours. You teasing me. And you got what you need. I took my food out of the bag and put it on the table to give it to my father-in-law, and then looked in the bag and got mad. I didn't get— Oh, you didn't get your own food, Kiwi? Oh, Kiwi. Oh no. Maybe, easy, just DoorDash it. DoorDash it. Be like, yo dog, the food's already ready. You just have to go get it for me because I forgot it. Easy. I got mine, I'm just dumb. It's okay, Kiwi. It's okay, that would probably be me if I had to pick up food. You got what you need. How come... Hold on. I need the angles. The angles of this, I don't understand why my angles aren't angling. Okay, let's remove this, hide this, turn this back on. I mean, it's obvious that theirs are more angled than mine are, but just didn't think it would matter. It was on the table in my line of sight. I just took it out of the bag first. That's valid. I would say though, in case anybody needs it, Elaine's sleeper agent phrase is adjective goblin. Yep. Now we need to go. What did I do? Yes, please, someone help me. It's not healthy for me to feel this way. You can't. Cute gobble. Who? I'm an owl. Get a bad goblin. No, I'm not stinky. I'm not stinky. I promise. I was gonna say I took a shower today, but I didn't take a shower today. I'm gonna take a shower tonight. I promise. Looking for the rest of me. I promise. Please someone come and rescue me. When my mind got me losing it. Split after. I guess. Why can't I drag both? Oh, it's because it's... See, they work. What? Does the opposite work too? What does that mean? Oh. I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't think it does. I think you have to end it in Goblin. So my brain's like, The rest of me, and me losing it. Oh, please come and rescue me. Me losing it. Who's looking for the rest of me? Me, I'm losing it. For a space bar, this looks awfully terrible. Just saying. What is the height of this guy? Okay. For me to feel this way, how you are making this high, been turning in me sleep at night. Someone come and rescue me. Gooner, no! I'm not a gooner! Please. I only goon sometimes. Sometimes on the weekends. Only sometimes. Looking for the rest of me. Rest of me. I'm losing it. Okay. Hold on, I want to do something. Adjective and goblin. Hell yeah. Oh, we have it on the books. Okay. Feel like I'm clip farming? That's okay. It's how content creators grow at the end of the day, Kiwi. It's okay. One of them could have like... This song is sad. What the fuck? This is a lot. I feel like the space ride should either be starry or a cozy space. Yeah, it could be. I'll be honest, I didn't think about it all that much. I just kind of was like chat command spacebar. That makes sense. But yeah, I mean, thinking about it, it'll probably be starry because stars big motif here. In my head, maybe star-shaped cursor. I'm just gonna put like a little cursor. Oh, star shape? What does that mean? Kind of like a Star Trek emblem? Maybe. We're just kind of trying to fill up the space. I don't know. Oh, I like that. I like that it's facing that way. 12.4, 8, okay. Levi's, my headlands is yellow. Oh my god, it'd be so cool if we could do like a Starry Night one, like a Starry Night inspired one. Honestly. It could be emotes. Oh, it could be. It could be. It's kind of going for like techie vibe. Alright. Never known. Much. Like, let me bring up this one. Because I want to take a lot of the motifs from like this guy. Go away, go away. Oh, in my head. Because I said, woman only said, my heart in my head, my heart has to end. Oh no, oh no, can't save us. My headland is evil. I turned down the audio on my phone. I pray to God it turns the light on. It's not. Okay, there you go. Hold on, I want to sketch something. This is not what I was. If you want techie vibes, you'll need to draw yourself on I'm in the monitor saying hackers, lol. That would be funny. I did, because there's one that has a monitor. It's this one that I was thinking of doing for chat commands, but I didn't. I can save us. My headlands is real. Like, what if we did something like this, and then we like Master says I'm good. Christ, I'm never good. Right, and then like doctors are nice enough. Said I'm tough. Just like if mom is fucked and my dad's fucked up. This is actually a really sad song. I don't want to listen to this song right now. I love the idea of you cosplaying the Matrix and Princess Waiting. Yeah, dude. Imagine me and like a little like fucking hold on, I don't really like to sketch with that brush. Okay. Actually, it's fine for that, but it's like, what if I was like just me in like an unbelievably big trench coat? Fucking hold on. Boop boop. Boop boop. Oh fucking. And then like I'm fucking like this big. A little potato. And I got the glasses. I look like a science nerd. Actually, I don't think it should be perfectly like Van Gogh. So I feel like we don't have this like brushstrokey effect in a lot of our stuff. Me, that you'll never feel sorry. Nope. I don't think. 2 weeks. Bro, I hear this audio clip so many times to like Grey's Anatomy stuff. Funnily enough. I think I like this for the chat commands. Because if that's the case, I thought this through. I feel like I have to balance it out with like one more right here. Sandwich time! Sandwich time! Thank you! Pixel gave us sandwich, chat. Should we watch? Let's watch some Good Mythical Morning while we watch it. While I eat it. I hate you like I do right now. Oh, I have an idea. Kiwi gave me this idea. Thanks, Kiwi. You have passively given me an idea. Heartbreak. Let me grab this guy. Other games. This one. My way. It's hard. You're making me breathe. Yeah. Let's suck it down. I can't make it more square. What the fuck? I was like, I would like it if these were more square, and I didn't think it was possible. Hey, did you like to do right now? Oh, what if this one's over here? Sent you a gaming history TikTok just because they had a clip of Nova. What? Oh fuck, we're gonna have to watch it on Friday. It's like we can watch it now, but Alright, BLT, we're gonna pause this. He's playing Blueprints! Ah! Fuck. Alright, educational time. I'm gonna watch vegan cheese, a real cheese soda stream. Every Neopet omelet, dude, they're running out of ideas. Oh, this would go in theme with the last one we did, where it's like, we combine every chip to make the ultimate chip. Fuck it, sure.
Today we're mixing all
Okay.
these chips together into a super chip.
Let's talk about that. Good mythical morning.
We're about to crush every chip to form a brand new super chip. But first, this portion of today's episode is sponsored by SoFi, the next-gen finance app that helps you bank, borrow, invest, and protect your money all in one place.
And we're excited to share something
I
new.
have them.
They've just launched SoFi Plus, America's most rewarding financial membership, all in one app.
That's right. With SoFi Plus, you can
What?
unlock over $1,000 in value across banking, investing, spending, and more, available for just $10 a month or at no cost with direct deposit.
SoFi Plus adds up, including 3.80% APY on bank savings balances, 1% match on recurring deposits to SoFi Invest paid in rewards points, unlimited one-on-one sessions with SoFi
boy
Wealth
enjoying
financial
everything.
planners, SoFi
I
Plus
know.
experiences, exclusive access to VIP sports, music events, and more.
The new SoFi Plus is here to power.
I'm gonna see if
up
I
your
can
money
apply for
and
that, 'cause I signed up.
SoFi
I
is
did
giving
direct
away a
deposit.
total of $600,000 in prizes to help 6 winners achieve their top ambitions, from buying a home to fast
Oh,
tracking
well,
Yeah, you could win the money towards the purchase
going
of
okay.
a home, getting your education paid down, a dream vacation, retiring early, money toward your wedding, or money toward an all-expense-paid trip to a sports experience.
Sign up for SoFi Plus to be entered for a chance to win, and for every friend you refer, you earn an additional entry.
Remember, put $1,000 in value in your pocket for just $10 a month or at no cost with direct deposit. That's SoFi Plus.
Now let's get you entered.
Everybody
for a
gets
chance to win
SoFi.
that prize. Head on over to SoFi.com/goodmythicalmorning.
Everybody tell them I referred
On the
you.
screen,
I have
or
SoFi.
Click the link in the description to learn more about SoFi Plus and enter for a chance to win.
And thanks again to SoFi for sponsoring this portion
Okay,
of
I don't
today's
care
episode.
anymore. I don't care anymore.
Rat and links come. Back sauce.
Come back to us!
buddy. And then, of course, we created our very own salad dressing, all dressed up and nowhere to go but Burbank.
When you have 2 bona fide hits on your hands, that's where a lot of people would just stop and rest on their laurels. But not us. No,
Nope.
we keep pushing on, pushing harder to crushing up all the chips and then refrying them into a super chip.
It's time for Mixing Things Up, every chip edition.
Okay, boys, it's time to mash up every type of chip on the market and combine them into a monstrous super chip, the likes of which the world has never seen. There's more chip varieties than we can fit in this entire room, so we made sure every major brand and every major flavor variety was represented in some way, including an all-star lineup of sporked faves. We've got a scale behind you that you can use to tell us how it's coming together as you go, of course. You'll only be
Oh, they
able
changed
to
it
try
a
the
bit.
mixture of the crumbs as you go along, and then we'll hand them off to the mythical kitcheneers to combine everything and deep fry it for us. And if you get tired of mashing by hand, we got all those tools up there for you. We're going to start with the unflavored chips, then we'll move on to the flavored chips alphabetically.
Unflavored?
Kicking it off with Kettle
What does that
Brand
mean?
Unsalted.
Okay, we got to have a philosophy here.
Yes,
Oh,
So, proposal.
I do.
We like the chips, 5 chips. We don't like the chips, 1 chip.
Yeah.
We think the chips are okay, 3 chips.
Oh, okay. All right. 5.
And we just put them
One
on
of
your
these.
tray.
Who gives a crap about salt? No, me.
Lots of,
So,
they're unsalted.
yeah. So only
Right.
one.
Yeah. Okay, good call.
Lay's Baked Original.
Ooh.
I don't know why, but
Why you gonna bake them?
my kids love these. What's the problem, kids?
The generation.
Lay's Classic.
Okay, 5,
At least
3.
5. 5.
5,
Classic.
5. That's 5.
Lay's Wavy Original.
Oh, what's the wavy?
I like that they're just eating like a chip
He's gonna say 3.
every time.
3.
Okay.
Pringles Original.
Okay.
I am anti-Pringles.
I don't know if the texture
This
matters.
is really interesting because we're kind of gonna make a Pringle.
Yeah, we are, aren't we?
So I feel like
It's a
because it's
particulation.
a bunch of crushed up things,
It's
I
like
feel like
particle board, but chips.
as an homage to
Oh,
Pringles,
huh.
because we're doing what Pringles does, we can't hate on them. So we got to do 3 Pringles. We can't do 1, and we can't do 5.
Nope.
We're gonna do
3.
3. It's hard to take 3 Pringles out of a stack.
That's valid.
Take it from me.
This is very.
Sun chips. Original.
I
This is
rarely
like
have
a
these.
throwback for us.
Yep. I mean, I might do
Nostalgia.
I've had it as fucking 2 at best.
Terra Blues.
Oh,
They're if they liked it, they're adding 5 though.
Oh, you
It's
haven't
their
had these?
base.
It just tastes like healthy.
Oh, I love
salty.
those.
Why is it a little?
I don't have them often, but when I had them as a kid, I loved them.
So I think what they're doing is they're just saying potato chip, but they want you to think.
It's not fish.
Terra Sweet Potato.
Oh,
You know sweet potatoes.
Oh, I have to do 5.
I mean,
What's your philosophy here? I need a reason for things.
I haven't done it yet. I'm just grabbing, but I think 1.
Color?
2. All right, I'll go with 2.
Terra Taro Chips.
Taro?
Taro is taro, isn't it?
Care about what taro is doing.
But they got fiber in them. Bet you they got good fibers.
I don't like the taste at all, though.
2 or 1? 1 foldy?
Tostitos Original.
Here we go. You know what these taste like.
Those are big, so I think you only need like
Let's
1.
go. They're big.
Really?
Let's go 3.
Whoa, that's a lot of corn.
Yep. 2.
There's a lot of
Before
corn.
we move on, we need a crush and taste. ASMR.
Fun. There we go.
I thought I was gonna go horizontally
Put
with
it in the
it.
middle for me. That could be your job. You can be the potato sluffer.
Caress it in my hand.
Be careful. Be careful. I mean, none of these have any flavor, dude. What are you expecting?
It's a salt base. Oh.
What? I don't like it.
Hold on.
It's very corny.
Yeah, the corn. You went hard on the corn.
I did too.
They were so big.
Yeah, but I feel like you only needed 1 because one chip was the size of like
Yeah,
2
what
chips.
happened?
And then you
We
added
don't
4
have any
chips.
cheese flavored yet. That's the thing.
I'm doing your job, man.
Well, I'm crushing, man.
I don't know how to do this.
This is hard being a Pringler.
Just take a glove off.
You have to undo this.
It's your job. All right.
Abomination.
Yeah, we're in a bad spot right now.
All right, let's move on.
Okay, we're gonna begin the flavored category
God!
A through K, starting with Calbee brand honey butter chips.
Oh, ooh.
Ooh, I love honey butter chips. Please add 5.
Sweet chips always throw me.
2. It'll be nice in a salty mix.
If I want something sweet, I don't go for chips.
Calbee seaweed and salt.
You're not gonna like these, but
This
we
might
can't.
be scary.
We can't say.
I love the honey butter
0.
chips though, bro.
It's
That fucks me up.
1. It's an umami.
Yeah. Let's go with 3.
Yeah, maybe 3. I like that idea.
Oh my god.
Add sea salt and
Makes me so sad.
cracked pepper.
Ooh, cracked pepper. We're gonna go big on these.
Yep. We're gonna go 5.
That's valid.
Yeah, that's good. Hit that hard.
Cape Cod sea salt and vinegar.
No, we love these.
Classic.
How many do you do?
This is like 4-ish.
5. Vinegar's the best.
All right.
Deep River spicy dill.
I feel like the
pickle.
vinegar would go nice, so 5 is valid.
Little
Ooh,
bit.
pickle.
New York spicy dill pickle, huh?
That's one of my favorites that we've had so far. I think we got to go 5 on that.
I like
We
pickle
gotta-
chips.
We got to make a statement somewhere.
I don't know if anybody in chat likes pickle chips, but I like pickle chips.
6? Oh, I like 1.
Doritos nacho cheese.
Oh,
These are
okay.
good.
All right. We have to go so big on these. This is one of the best chips in the world.
I mean, that's very generous.
Okay.
Doritos Cool Ranch.
Oh, the slightly better version of Doritos.
Dump them.
I like chill
That's the same
Lay's cheddar chips.
Oh.
Yep.
Doritos.
They add all the
golden
cheese chips, those are better.
sriracha.
Whoa!
What?
You ever had these?
Those are pretty good. I like those.
Golden sriracha.
Come from Costco.
Is that real gold?
No.
Oh. 5.
It's not too spicy in any way. Good taste though.
I don't want to just remake a Dorito,
I
but
recommend trying it.
Doritos spicy sweet chili.
these.
I have
these
never
ones
had that
are
one.
just- Yeah, these
Are
got.
they in the roof?
These are the best flavored Doritos according to us.
Tapatio one.
Oh, Cappuccino?
All right. I only put 3.5. I'm gonna taste one.
It's a good.
That's fine.
Hawaiian sweet Maui onion.
Ooh, that sounds good.
I can stomach.
Yeah, because onions are good. Savory. Go big on those.
Big? 1, 2, 3, 4.
It might be time for you to crush a little bit.
There's some dinky ones. We're gonna start crushing it. Listen.
Go the other way. Oh my god. I wish you would go the other way with it.
Welcome to the Pringle Factory. All right, let's give it a taste. You got the sniffles?
I think I'm allergic to some of these chips.
Oh. Doritos, nacho coming on strong. But
It got better.
the thing that we didn't take into account was that all those Doritos are corn. So we're very much corn-centric right now.
What's wrong with that?
That's
I
valid.
was just hoping we'd have more potato.
You know, the one thing I can decipher out of this, and
I do like
about it,
potato chips more than I do
Potato chips.
like tortilla chips.
Yes.
and I feel strong that that's a good decision.
Boys, we're only halfway
here.
through this.
Okay,
thing.
all right, we gotta get back at it.
Bear with us.
Oh no, I'm just saying you have half, the same amount of chances now.
Okay.
All right.
Hers hot sauce.
Hers?
Well, we got two,
Hers.
so we can share.
Oh, those look good. I have never had those, but those are good. I would eat those.
Weird.
I love
That's
hot
just me,
chips.
I love it.
Yeah, it really does.
Excuse
I
me?
mean, I'm not afraid to put that many.
Yeah, do it.
Kettle, crinkle cut, truffle oil, and sea salt.
Ooh.
What? I've always wanted to try these.
I've always wanted to try those too. I've always seen them at the store.
That truffle oil.
That's gonna be real strong.
Hit. I'll do 3. I do like them, but
Right.
man,
Kettle, honey Dijon.
I don't know how I could eat more than like 2 of those.
Honey Dijon.
I saw those at Safeway once, I feel like.
Interesting flavor. Mustard adds so much.
Yeah,
5.
a little more than 5. I like those, boy.
Kettle, farm stand ranch.
Ranch.
Ooh.
Farm stand.
Ooh,
it's
they didn't
sitting
do-
out in the
no, they
open
did the
air.
Cool
It's
Ranch
like people
Of
driving
the
by,
Doritos.
selling out of the back of a truck.
That's a fiber for sure.
We love some ranch.
Yeah.
Kettle, pepperoncini.
Oh, that was a big one.
Oh, you know that's.
I love the peppercini ones.
Never had the. What do you think?
Oh,
I will
love-
say virtually every chip that you've both commented that you've never had, you have in fact had, but I am enjoying that you're experiencing these all for
We're
seemingly
like
the first
hey,
time.
We're like babies.
We're like
You go around the
babies.
corner and you come back and it's hello again.
Yep.
That's me. That's me.
Parmesan garlic.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
Never
never
had
had
these.
these.
Ooh.
Had these.
I love the idea of these.
These are killer. They
Oh.
match my glove.
5.
They do match his glove.
Okay, here's the thing. You've been doing a really great job with your crushing, but we gotta move on. So do your crushing there. But no, it's good news for you because the Mythical Kitcheneers have pre-crushed this next little category.
Did y'all doubt us?
What?
No, just like to give you a little bit of help. So let's crush, mix, taste, and then know that the next chips are all going to be pre-crushed.
I just feel like we take pride in this, and I feel like this is just you're taking it away from us, like the machines are going to.
Okay, let's move on to Lay's All Dressed.
Oh my God!
They've
those are
started
so
selling
good.
these in America, thanks to us.
Well, how many chips do you think that is?
There's 20 chips in each bowl.
That's
20 chips.
Yes.
20?
That's
Good
20
Lord, I need to
chips?
go a quarter of
Whoa.
it For those, because we love them.
I feel like.
Oh yeah, I heard about the all dressed. It's like a mix of like
Sour
Like-
cream and onion, salt and vinegar, and barbecue.
yeah.
Lay's Kettle Cooked Flamin' Hot.
I'm doing half of this.
Woo!
Lay's kettle cooked flaming hot? What do you mean, brother? I want
Southern
one.
Heat Barbecue.
I love flaming hot
Best Veggies
chips.
Jalapeno.
I know these are good.
Pringles Pizza.
But just a little.
Oh
bit.
man, they must have a lot to
Baked
have to
sour
keep doing the
cream and
cuts.
cheddar.
The flavor is important though.
Yeah.
Ruffles Queso.
Mm-hmm. Super.
Oh, I love Ruffles queso. I could kill a bag of Ruffles
Sun
queso.
Chips Garden Salsa.
We need a little sunshine in there.
Tostitos Hint of Lime.
Go light. That's enough. Good.
This must have been a long ass episode because they like are cutting through every one.
Zapp's Spicy Cajun Craw Taters.
Oh, I'm big on that.
Ooh.
And finally, Zapp's Voodoo.
That's real good.
All right. Mix it up, knead it up. Let's get a little taste here and see if there's anything we need to adjust.
That's a big spoon.
Very-
That is a big spoon.
Light orange.
Oh my.
I wish it wasn't so corny. I feel like I need to go into different
We even
places.
really improved it, though.
We have, but
What's the best potato chip that we tasted?
Well, we do have
Flavor.
the Lay's Classics if
all
you want to
dressed,
add some.
Lay's classic,
Ooh, all dress.
or like a sour cream and onion. But we need to put some more taters in there.
All dress.
I feel like the
Yes.
cheddar onion would have been
Do
really
we have any of those
good.
Do we have
I
any of
think that's
those
what it's
sour cream
called.
and onion in the ramekin?
We have Utz Ripple sour cream and onion.
Oh,
Yes.
great. Yeah.
Those are really light though, but yeah, half of that, all of that. All right, mix it up, mix it up, mix it up.
I think it tastes really good. I will say that.
Okay, okay. I don't want your fingers to be sore. Still very orange.
Still really good.
I think we've got the corn to potato ratio correct.
Ready to fry it?
I'm good to go.
Let's fry it.
Okay, this one didn't take as long as the hot sauce
We
one.
wanna remind
The
you to head
sauces
over to
did
the
though.
Mythical Society to watch season 2, episode 4 of Roll for Mythicality with special guest Anjali Bhavani.
Roll for Mythicality?
Mythicality.com.
Lots of fun.
What the fuck? I didn't know they did like a
We had your
D&D
chips,
spin-off.
But we also have these sporked dips for you to try the chips in.
Let's see how our chips turned out. Ooh.
Whoa, they're so dark.
This isn't a lot of chips.
No, it wasn't a lot of chips.
So what? I mean, you ground it down even more apparently.
Yeah, so after you guys gave me that absolutely beautifully crushed melange of chips, I decided to crush it up a little bit more. We actually crushed it in a spice grinder. Then we added a little bit of hot water. And then we made kind of like a chip dough. Dehydrated
Machine.
it and then deep fried it.
It got dark.
It did get dark.
Our chips are dark, but the darker
got
the
it
dark, the
dark.
better it is for you. I already said it.
I think there might be a name in there.
Dark chips.
The darker the
Dork.
chip. ... You fill
You
it.
fill in the blank.
You fill in the blank.
But first, we just taste this chip without the dip, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. It smells complex.
It's crispy.
Very crunchy. It tastes so much more potatoey now than before you went through your process.
It's pretty crispy and pretty dark, but because we're taking stuff that's already been fried and we're frying it again. I hate to say it, but I don't know if this is as good as our condiments.
Yeah.
Let's dip into something and see what happens.
Yeah, I gotta say. I mean, Nicole, I don't know what your expectations were of us.
Oh,
Did you-
zero. I
Good.
never have any expectations.
Did you
of guys.
taste one?
I did
Damn.
not taste one.
Well, you might not like it if you did.
Okay, good to know.
Okay.
Chips
Is this about the dips now?
are a disappointment. Maybe that's what we should call it.
I feel like
Damn. So sad that they didn't like the chips. Because I feel like it would taste, at the end of the day, pretty good. But I guess they didn't like them. Maybe it was because of the process of, like, pressing it. You know? Like, pressing it into, like, a different thing. Like, refrying it and stuff that, like, fucked it up. Because I feel like the thing with chips, right, is like you fry the potato and then you put the seasoning on it. So I feel like it would have been hard to actually try to make a chip. You know what they could have done? They could have done like a base chip of like potato or like corn. And then finely grounded all the potato chips and then use that as like the seasoning. Like, you know how like Doritos have seasoning on them? I think that would have been pretty good. There's a cat in my office. My bed, what you do speaks to me. I like it, speaks to me. What you do speaks to me. Like it speaks to me. Alright, and then... Oh, I had rules as like, Alright, let's plug my keyboard back in. Or not my keyboard, my drawing tablet. Why is it backwards? Okay, there we go. Okay, let's turn... We can keep those. Welcome to the Lay and Cooking stream. Today, we use food to make better food. Listen, from what I've learned about food, that's all it is you use food to make better food. bad food is only bad food because you don't add enough food to it, right? Because seasoning is food, right? Seasoning is food. So if seasoning is food, if your food is bad, you just don't have enough food. I think that's a very like dumb way of putting that, but I think I'm right. I think if you think about it, I'm right. You know? Speaks to me. Speaks to me. The like way speaks to me. And if I'm wrong, you know what? Pixels will tell me I'm wrong. But you know what? I don't think I am, chat. I think I'm correct. Do you think I'm wrong, Pixels? I think I'm right. Let's see. Yeah, socials. Chat. Comms. VGen. Rules. Credits. Donations. I think that's all of them. Let me make sure. One, two, three, four, five. Dungeons and Dragons. I'll turn down my key light. There you go. My eyes are adjusting, it's very weird. Still you go with the gossip, take down the phone. I can't Proud chef, don't let her in the kitchen. The fuck? I mean, that's how I see, if I think about it, that's kind of how I see, baking. If it's not good, you probably just didn't add enough spices. Like banana bread. Speaking of banana bread, I gotta make banana bread this weekend again, because I want more banana weeb. The gossip, sip, take a broken. The gossip. That makes it sound like banana bread is a spice. It could be if you dried out banana bread and then you crushed it up and then put it and then like breadcrumbs. If you made breadcrumbs out of banana bread, technically, I don't think that's wrong. I think that's technically not incorrect, you know, when you think about it. Iconic, just like them all. The cure for me. For anyone wanting to know why people thought why people thought to try certain foods for the first time? Elaine is your answer. You're welcome. I actually had that happen. I had a TikTok where it's like me at 3 a.m. My roommate's finding me at 3 a.m. in the fridge. And it's a TikTok and it has my chonky model at the fridge, eating, Cheetos, Flamin' Hot Cheetos, dipped in sour cream. And someone came into my chat being like, dude, I think that's kind of like weird as fuck. That's weird as fuck, dude. And I was like, that's good. And then their roommate told them to try it. And then they tried it and they came back and they were like, you know what, Elaine? It wasn't so bad. And I was like, oh, see, I wasn't wrong. I think you could become a cult leader. I think I could. I think unironically I could be a good cult leader. I think I'm bad at Cult of the Lamb only because, like, I'm a very passive cult leader, you know? Like, we don't have to sacrifice children, but you do have to eat, for a snack sometimes, Flamin' Hot Cheetos and sour cream. And sometimes on dessert, I'm gonna have banana breadcrumbs on vanilla ice cream, and you're just gonna have to be okay with that. I mean, we will accommodate in the club. I didn't say I think it would be a good one. I think it would be, excuse me, I think it would be a good one. I think I could be a good cult leader. I don't know where you got the impression that I would be it would be a bad cult. Or a bad cult leader. I think I'd be a great cult leader. In my professional opinion, as someone who does know about cults, you know? You would get so overwhelmed so quickly. That's why we start small. That's why we start small, you know? We don't start big, we start small. You know, I'd start very, very small, you know? He talks too much. With a whisper, that's when I can't stop. Everybody talks back. You gonna say it?
Boo-ooba. Boo-ooba. Boo-ooba.
Boo-ooba. Boo-ooba. Boo-ooba. Like booba? Is that why you're saying that? Because you like the boo-ooba? Boo-ooba. Me is fiction. What you gotta say? Who is best? I can't stop. Small booba. Wait. Oh, he didn't say small booba though. Hold on. Settings.
Small booba.
Small booba. I love the way he says booba. 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 Everybody talks. Everybody talks. Everybody talks. Everybody talks. Everybody talks. I'm trying to decide if I just want I do like that quite a bit. Spaghetti. Spaghetti. Wait, say spaghetti.
Small booba spaghetti.
Spaghetti. He says spaghetti, okay. He just says booba funny. A booba. Booba. Everything's perfect and there's no love. I got a bad feeling about you. Oopa doopa doopa doo. Got a bad feeling about you. All I can say is the GH in spaghetti and through is one of the things that make me hate English. That's valid. I have no comments because I don't got brain like that, but it's understandable. Oompa loompa doopa doo. Bad feeling about you. But one of those ain't English. Elaine shrugs in confusion. Okay, I'm okay. For the strangest feeling, this is enough. She in my grish till I talk. Italian. She eat to my Italian. Oh, this is the wrong one. Where me? Me. I have another idea. If we flipped it, rotated it. I realized I did this stupid. Ow. My jaw fucking decided to fucking be dumb. Ow. Ow. It's like tingling and it hurts. Ow. That was weird and that did not feel good. Also, I don't like this. Bad. Bad, I don't like it. Ow, my jaw. What the fuck? Oh, my neck. Oh, I don't know if you heard that, chat, but that was my neck. Alrighty. When did I put on my panels? Credit, socials, donations. I didn't. Okay, cool. I didn't. Wait, I just... Oh, VGen, okay. Tragedy, tragedy. Oh, it had to be, had to be. Hamster. Ooh. I don't think hamster's gonna work that well. Oh, lies. What else can we add? People sit? I don't do people sits though as a commission. That's okay. Oh, tragedy, tragedy. I don't want them to be too small. Chat, I think DJ might be going through a breakup right now. He's playing a lot of sad songs. I mean, like, I know I said I had anxiety earlier and it was a little bit rough, but, like, it's like he's kind of going through some stuff right now. Alright, what else of my, I made emotes. Okay. Oops. It's not so sad. juicy for you, so please have. Where's mine? So that's in here. It's not romantic, I swear. Not gasping for air. Be near. Look at all my little commissions together. That's kind of cute. It's like a full-ass little folio of guys. Are there any other guys? I don't think I ever made a little dumpy of myself. Was no, Muppet was a one-time thing. So far. Pudgy Pals, I didn't do one of me. Okay, cool. How to dance. Right away from me. I think about you day and night. Sounds quite right. 'Cause it's not romantic, I swear. Not grasping for air. To be near. Please don't come near. Though I'm pretty sure my head's exploding. Missions. Da na na. Da 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 da. I want the vegan logo. Heads are exploding. It looks like a one-man Muppet cast? Hell yeah. I like it. I like it. Ooh. That's not bad. I actually quite like that, I think. Yeah, I think I'm gonna apply that to everything. It's kind of like extra, like border on everything. I like it a lot. Dun 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 dun. Here we go. Vegan. Okay, so going back to this guy. In terms of brainstorming, we have socials down, we have chat commands down, we have vegans down, rules, credits, donations in D&D. I'd really like it if I could keep the chibi that I have for D&D, because I really like it. Because it's, I didn't put it in here, did I? No, sir, no, I did not. Shit. Yeah, this one? I really like this one. I just think it's cute. Let's go in here. Let me see if I can grab one. Down and around. Alright, let's rasterize. Because in D&D would be like a title card one, so it'd be kind of maybe smaller. Because I want to put like words below it, I think. Ooh, you know what we could do? Okay, wait, two ideas. Either we can draw something around it. Where's my, here's my pen. Either we could draw something around it, or we could do like the logos. Right. this. Hi, gamer. Oh, hi, Oceanic Pears. How are you doing? That yawn. Wow, that yawn was big. Big yawn. Because this would be like behind it, and then it'd be cool. Let's see if we did like candy sometimes sweeter than cake. And thinking about you. I'm good, just studying some Japanese class before bed. Hell yeah, congrats on the working hard. Tell me something in Japanese. As a practice, tell me something in Japanese. Just let me in. Cause I got a candy crush on you. Like a Kit Kat. If we did like, I don't know what the D&D symbols are. D&D symbols. I'm gonna keep the doctor away. My apple every day. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Good job. Nah, I'm memeing. But thank you. Good practice, good practice. Good practice. I enjoy my food cake. What's it mean? Next test, what does it mean? It means I'm at home studying Japanese. Very prevalent. Good job. I like it. Willy Willy Wonka, your chocolatier. Oompa Zoopa Dee Doo. You don't have no fear. But I hope that you have wonderful dreams when you do go to sleep, Oceanic. And I also hope that learning Japanese has been easy. Or at least, like, exciting. Because I know for me, like, learning Korean and baby Gaelic was really fun for me, but it was like, it was hard because I would eventually get like bored. So I hope it's been fun. Fun. Sometimes sweeter than cake, sometimes sweeter than cake. Thinking about you. Gaelic is cool. Gaelic is cool. I like that I don't have to learn an entire new alphabet with it. But the way I learned it, or was learning it, was through Duolingo, and I know a lot of Gaelic people don't like that. I probably heard it a bunch, but don't realize Nihongo was Japanese despite knowing Japan is Nihon. Hey, at least you got, you know, the context clues. You know? Oh man, Oceanic, this means you're gonna be like trilingual, huh? Because like you know English and Spanish and now you're gonna know Japanese. Or actually you could be more than that. Honestly, you could be more than that. Actually. Let's see, monk. You can speak like 20 languages. I don't even know. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll be trilingual? Hell yeah. It's epic. Fucking epic. That's all my language skills and is context clues. I can follow Spanish and kind of textbook German, but because of school, and I can guess with Japanese as long as they don't talk fast. That's valid. That's very valid. Actually, I don't think I've been resizing any of these. Kind of put these in a group. Alright, I think I'm just gonna plan this out and then I'll probably call it for stream. But I asked me to listen to a Cuban speak Spanish. Those motherfuckers speak at 3 times speed. I believe you. Some Spanish speaking like some native speakers just speak so fast. I can tell sometimes, especially when I'm like talking to like my mom or like if she's talking to my grandma, what they're saying, because like I have context clues most of the times, but I didn't make enough lines for everything. Fuck. Right. Yeah, for real, us Peruvians speak hella slow, so when I am relearning, I was around Caribbean people because they talk fast and I need to learn quick. That's valid though. If you need to learn something like fast, going to somewhere where like they know it, like that is their shit, you know, that makes a lot of sense, honestly. I want to put fighter over here actually. I've never played a warlock. I've never played a wizard. I played a barbarian, so I think the fist should go out furthest. And the ranger kind of goes with... So hold on, let's do it this way. And then played a warlock, a ranger. This is a ranger. It should be ranger, wizard, paladin can go here. As much as I didn't really want because of the it's like typical having, I feel like having paladins and clerics near each other, so I didn't really want to do it like that, but it's okay. Mandarin. Oh, that's awesome. I had a manager who was polyglot and he was excited whenever he got to practice with customers. That'd be cool. Yeah, I get that. Like, that happened in as like, okay, I guess a closing story, since I think I'm spent for the night. I had a friend who I raided in Final Fantasy with, and their name was Roy. We'll call him Roy. His name is Roy. And he was the token stoner of the raid group, and he would, you know, mess with mechanics, and we didn't know, like, we were just like, you know, he's just a chill guy. And then one day he's like, hey guys, I'm gonna be late to raid because I'm a doctor and I have to help patients. And we're like, okay dude. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck, he's a doctor. And then the next day in raid, there was a guy that was like talking, and he's like, I don't really understand this mechanic, and English isn't really my first language because we were in voice chat together. And he's like, okay. And Sim was with me at the time, so he's just trying to explain it. But then Roy comes out and starts speaking Spanish, which I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense, right? Because I knew their ethnicity, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. And I was like, okay, cool. And he's like, no, I don't speak Spanish. And he's like, oh, okay, what about French? I don't know why he pivoted to French, but he pivoted to French. And he started speaking in French, fluent as fuck. And he's like, oh yeah. And they had like a full ass conversation in French, I think. And I was like, what do you mean that in the last 24 hours, the guy that I thought was a completely just stoner chill guy is all of a sudden a multi-fucking lingual doctor? I was like, what? But that was fun. That was a fun time. They were cool. I miss them. This Roy guy is so my bad. Yeah, he was just high all the time when we raided. He was a nice guy. Like, even though he didn't get the mechanics often, like, he was a really nice guy and he tried his best. And then all of a sudden in his day job, he was just a fucking serious ass doctor doing serious doctor things. So it was just like, okay, sure, dude. Yeah, man, do whatever you gotta do, man. But yeah, that's my people just assume I'm a chill guy, but then it's like, oh dude, did you just max out on side quests and knowledge? I love people like that. Oceanic, we should collab sometime, dude. If you got repo or something, we should hang out. I've been meaning to ask you. I'm just stupid and I forget. Smile. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today. And Oceanic, thank you for stopping by and sharing a bit of the knowledge and, you know, talking to me at the end of my stream. It means a lot to me. But yeah, I think we have each other either on Blue Sky or Twitter, so I can hit you up there or you can hit me up and we can trade discords and stuff. And I'm planning, I think, a repo collab next week. So most of the times because I'm what the fuck, a mural project. Hell yeah. You can just let me know whenever your schedule is free and we can talk about it then. No sweat whatsoever. But I'm gonna send you guys over to Mashy. Mashy's hanging out with their bestie. I just saw a TikTok where someone was talking shit in comments and someone else found their username on Wattpad. That's crazy. Send that to me. I also want to shame the person. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I'm sorry that there's an ad break. I totally didn't see that. My bad. But if you guys want a raid message, here's a raid message. I'm gonna go pass out because my tubby's full. And then I'll come back and do some other stuff. I'm thinking, though, because we didn't get to do South of Midnight tonight. So I'm thinking of doing that Thursday. So I think, like, I'm gonna go take a little bit of break. I'm gonna finish. Oh, Sleepy Time Milk Raid. I like it. I'm gonna go probably try to edit some more videos. And so that way on Thursday when we come back, we can just play South of Midnight. Because I think that'll be really fun. So go have fun over there. I love you guys a lot. Mwah, mwah, mwah.